Good morning. Welcome to a Friday, 14 August 2026. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, and this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every trading day from now, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, until 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash futures market. I only trade live, real time on Bookmap, which is here, and I only trade real live trades in the market, not replay or back testing or in a rearview mirror stuff. Now, they're recorded and as I said, it's live. So the point of that is that it's my virtual trading journal, and I want this to be an accurate as possible, fully transparent and fully accountable record. It's my journal, after all. Who am I trying to kid? Me? But it's not for financial or trade advice. So please read the disclaimer in the description. Now, having said that, the other platform that I watch here on my two primary monitors is IRT, which is Investor RT, and this is my basic charting platform. And as I said, Bookmap is the execution. IRT is where I develop and backtest and forward test strategies. This is an example of one right now, and in IRT, that's all done in the simulated environment. It's the computer doing the trading, and it's in the simulated environment of IRT because I don't want to be pushing, trades out to the market, obviously through a broker. So that's a big difference there that needs to be understood and pointed out. If it's an IRT trade I'm talking about, it's in the simulated environment, and if it's Bookmap, it's live. Now, let's get on to the numbers of the day, which we have several out, including the Michigan numbers at 9. We've had the core retail sales has come out already this morning at 7:30, and Michigan numbers are out at the top of the hour. I don't know what to think or say about all these numbers now anymore. I'm not sure who's doing what or how they're being put out or manipulated, but anyway, this is my old favorite news source because I like the presentation to do screen snaps and post in Discord or whatever, and they only focus on traditional economic events. You're not going to see press conference or somebody giving a tweet or whatever, This is the real deal and has been the deal that we used to consider economic information for years until this recent environment. And you'll notice that if you hover over the title of any of the events, it turns to a URL. And if you don't know what retail sales month over month for July means, you can go click that link and see the recent releases and who puts it out and what the story is all behind it. Now, this is free. That's why there's ads, but I figure I think that's a good thing because anyone that comes through the stream and wants to, there's interested, can have access to the same resource. You can also filter this for wherever you are. If you don't care about American stuff or, U.S. or these futures, if you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to know about the Nikkei, you can filter this out and you'll have the same exact stuff. So that's that. We are in earnings season still, but it's pretty much winding down. I think we've only got NVIDIA left of the Mag 7s today. It's basically nothing to worry about. So there's that. And the other news source I use is Financial Juice. Now that's similar in that there's a calendar here, but they have a live squawk box kind of that goes on over here, a running total of what's happening and what Vance was saying and something to do with Fox News, like normal, of course, Fox News. On this right side over here, the difference between Financial Juice that I see between Financial Juice and investing.com is if they realize let me start over. If there is an event scheduled where they find out about it, which isn't a traditional economic event, but that we all now understand could have a potential risk for our auction, they'll try to pull it into the calendar. And if they don't even get it in there, they will definitely pick it up over here in the Squawk Box. So I appreciate that, because in today's world, I think our primary objective as traders is to preserve our accounts. And the way that you do that fundamentally is risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, it's awfully hard to manage it. So I appreciate what they're doing. And there's no political comment whatsoever. It's the truth. If you don't know that Donald Trump could put out a tweet and dump the market 25 handles, go back 2 months and look. Wasn't true. What he said was not true, and what he said he was going to do was not true. But the market still sold off 29 handles or more. It came back when everybody figured out it was just a tweet, and it was baseless. China had not done what he accused him of, and he didn't put on this huge tariff that he threatened he was going to do. But it did tip the market over. That's perfectly his right to do whatever, I guess. He's the president. He can do what he wants, I guess. Seems like anything he wants. But anyway, you get the point. It's not a political commentary. It is a risk fact. So there you go. Now, also, this is free, and also you can filter for whatever you want. Now let's get on to the pre-market, and I say that with absolute caution. Here is the market. This is 12 handles wide all night. 12. That's unbelievable, actually. So I would say absolutely use extreme caution today after that big blast off yesterday. And we might go back to all-time highs again. Who knows? But this is extremely dangerous. And another factor that's also extremely dangerous is we're trading 41% volume over here now. And still a 1 point range in the ATR for the 1 minute candle. 46% volume. And the way this is calculated is average volume for the past 20 trading sessions at this time. And this is the volume we're trading now. So what does that mean? That means that the liquidity is super, super, super light. Anybody who cares to can shove the market around. Well, this is 12 handle range. If you want to go in there, and what is our book looking like here? Well, there's inside book is 29 by 12. If you had a large enough account, you could throw on a 100 lot. You'd take out 3 levels. You'd sweep 2 levels, right? Anybody. So imagine Citadel or one of them. Anyway, that's my pitch. I believe that we're going to have a manipulative market, probably open in range, and probably an open auction. That's my guess. Now, this is Investor RT. A couple words about that. This is my basic charting package. First of all, if you look in the header of any of these pages, you'll see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you always know what you're looking at over here, in case you care. This is the micro tab, and there's the same exact view for the minis. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, the market profile, which is only the mini. I do switch between the sessions, but I don't change it from micros to minis. I don't think I need to. And this is my micro composite or high time frame chart over here, which is, again, the micro, daily bars. It's a daily periodicity, and it's the RTH session. So every one of these bars is 1 day, one RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates the microcomposite POC. Here's yesterday, so there's our all-time high. It also generates these red and green lines, which represent the high and the low levels of the volume profile. Now, the value for these red and green lines is pushed automatically to Bookmap. So is, or are, the session prices pushed to Bookmap. That ought to about take care of that, I think. We've talked about the volume, which is now down to 41. This is Bookmap. Now, this is something I'm just goofing around with today. First of all, let's go through the columns right to left. This is the microcomposite column where I manually enter values from over there. Like, there's the all-time high. The POC's at 77, 73, 75. Well, it was at 77, 74 not long ago, so I won't mess with that at the moment. Here are the high and low volume nodes, which will be in this column, which push, well, let's see if we can find one. There you go. They'll look like this. Red for low volume node. This is the full session volume profile. So this started plotting at 1700 last night and continues through 1600 today. Now, because this is Friday, that'll be the end of it until Sunday night. This is the RTH volume profile and volume delta. They will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is important to me and should be to anybody, I would hope. And these are the session prices pushed for my RT. I don't have a dome here anymore because of the real estate, screen space, but I do have the two most important columns in my opinion, which is the full level 2 book resting liquidity as far as you want to go, up or down. These are ask and this is bids. And then there's price level, the price ladder. There are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT, and I try to keep all the colors consistent. IB high and low are green, whatever this color is, fuchsia thing is the VWAP for the Globex and the VWAP for the RTH. And POCs are developing POCs are the yellow color. The RTH is a bright yellow, and the full session is a more muted or duller yellow. There's no indicators and mid down here. I forgot about the mid boy. As I said, there's no indicators over here. There is just price driven or volume driven levels. That's all. And then Bookmap does things like this. These are stops and sweeps, and you can turn that stuff bubbles, volume delta bubbles here, trade bubbles. So the POC, nothing magical. Simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the overnight session, we've traded about 3,900 contracts at 26. Well, the minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, this yellow line is going to move there. Boop, that's it. Simple. Now, you could argue that the VWAPs are indicators because they're calculated, and that would be right. They are the volume weighted average price. The IB levels seem to confuse people sometimes, and I'm sure it's the naming, which came from somebody, probably Pete Stottlemyre back in the day, who developed the market profile, because that's where they come from. Someone decided that IB initial balance meant the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, whoever that was. So these levels simply represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. There's a quite well-known probably the most famous statistic in trading is to deal with those two levels, and everybody knows it. But that's what the IB high and low are. And then these other levels over here on my heat map chart are pushed from Bookmap or from IRT, and they're levels that I will use as references for trading from different strategies that I have, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So this is something I'm just playing with today. This is the Bookmap footprint chart, and it's based on 12-tick range chart, and it's or a diagonal delta on the footprint. You see how pathetic the market is today. When you get all the noise of the last price out of the way, this is what we're doing. And these are 5-minute bars. This is 5-minute increments. This is what we're doing. And these are this is only 12 ticks to create a new one. So, you know, let the buyer beware today. That's for sure. So let me I'm way ahead of schedule. It's only 15 after. I was getting ready to do the T-Lab snap, but I don't need to. Let's get going over here with the next thing we need to do. Should we elect to trade with Bookmap, we need to activate the trade control panel here. Pick an account to trade against. Now we can close this again. We have all of our metrics up here displayed, plus we have cancel all and close all. I like this. You don't have to have any of these up here if you don't want to, but I like to because I have everything right up there where I can glance at it. I don't have to have the trade control panel open because I'm going to use micro brackets, and I get my screen real estate back. Now the next thing I need to do is, first and foremost, make sure I've got my statistics correct journal, and we're going to trade Lucid account today. And the footprint is on, and micro brackets. Now I'm not gonna be trading the magic box today, so I'm gonna change this out to something, and I'm not sure exactly what. We'll see how this looks when the market starts to open, and I'm gonna be sure we're doing the multi-account trading thing, which is to push, copy trading to 4 other accounts, because that's important. Let me see now. So that's set up. I'm ahead of schedule. I must have forgotten something. This is the ETH all-time high, which of course we took out long ago. They hate that. The RTH people hate it when ETH has a level or a record. You can almost set your watch by it. So let's see. I'm a little early, and I'm a little wondering why. But anyway, we have the trade control panel set up. We have our multi-brackets statistics. This footprint thing is interesting to watch for now. Sweeps are on. Price lines are on. VWAP is on. Market profile we don't have. I'm not going to look at that over here yet. I'm forgetting something. I don't know what it is, but anyway, let's hope for the best. Yesterday was a real dismal performance on my part. No loss of money, but I just you can listen to the stream. It's anyway. Talk about that later. Disappointing. So this thing is pretty interesting to watch. I'm going to leave this on and see what happens at the open. And I have intentionally turned off the last price, which is usually what I have going on here. And that's usually I'm watching, this. Come on, man. There you go. Usually I'm watching that, which is the last price. And all that essentially is noise, isn't it? Look at that. So here we are. Now this footprint is this data. Well, actually, that would be the candlesticks. This is different because this is 12 tick. These are 12 tick footprints. So this is essentially noise. And remember that, well, we're pretty wide here. No, we're less than a point high. We're 3/4 of a point high over here. You get this down to 1 point and it's just a flat line. It looks like somebody died. There you go. So I'm going to nuke that again to reinforce my understanding of what a light, goofy market this is. And I've checked my GEX levels. There's the call wall. Let's make sure that stuff's still in place. And I'll do now I will do the I'll do the T-Lab snap now. And that is something I do every day called the Trader's Lab. And I think I have to open it. Yes, I do. I forgot to do that. I was doing a bunch of stuff trying to figure out why I'm having so many lags and drags and nastiness over here on IRT. So the T-Lab is a book map. I'm going to do something else too real quickly. Okay, it's a book map Discord chat room called the Trader's Lab. It was started by a fella named Tom B, whatever that means, whatever his last name is, and that's nobody's business but his. He's a professional trader, has been at it for 48 plus years. I'm sure he only trades his own money now, I would guess. Yeah, who knows? But he's, I suppose he's around my age, and he's a good guy. Seems like a good guy. So he, the Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Obviously, it's sponsored by Bookmap, so they would, I'm sure, be real tickled if you joined in. Oh, hold on, I have to do something. Just a minute here. This is why I stream, is I can't multitask worth two hoots in hell. Okay, so there is that. Now, the T-Lab is as I said, Bookmap. You're never solicited for anything in there, even though it is sponsored by Bookmap. Every day at 8:20, I post this screen or this tab, and it's just to give folks in there access to whatever numbers they may not have. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. That's real important to me. I think to anyone it should be. So, yeah, there's a lot of good people in there. I was active in there a lot. Basically started this video journal, and then which morphed into this stream because of a suggestion from Tom, I think, or maybe Rod, I don't know, somebody there, to focus on your own market, and your own trading. So that's what I do. I stream this because I don't have to screen snap or type, and everything that I see on my two primary monitors here is captured in the video, and my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. So I capture the whole thing much more accurately and in much more detail than I could ever do by screen snapping and, typing and those kind of things. So that's how this evolved. And then the next step was to YouTube, because that way it's a record that I can review on any device. I don't have to be standing here at the computer. There you go. And remember, 12 handles wide, perfectly balanced overnight. So be real careful. This is 1 point high. This is the profile so far today from 1700 last night. That's not just, it's pretty staggering, pretty important. And this footprint thing I've never looked at before, but I want to watch and see how it works just for fun. I won't be thinking about anything until they get some movement and perhaps the initial balance trade. This is not one of the days for the magic box. That's only Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Yesterday was, and I had it on. Didn't like the price action, took it off, and price went, 70 or 80 ticks, handles in my direction with no heat. So that was a pretty dismal. It's pretty disappointing. I'm forgetting something. I don't know what it is. It's only 8:25, and here we are. I'm not sure what to think or what to do, but I've covered Bookmap. We're set up to trade. We've gone through the pre-market. We've gone through the news. Like I said, it's earnings, but there's nothing out. I'll be damned if I remember what I forgot, but anyway. This is not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. That's important in case I forgot that part. Let's look at the call stuff. Let's look at the GEX levels and see if they've changed at all and if I need to update them. They seem to be the same. 77.50. What's the call wall? 78.5. Yeah, that's the same. I don't know when they'll update. Maybe soon, I guess, if they haven't, or maybe they're not going to. This is actually pretty funny. This is a trade. This is a free thing I have because I'm wondering what to do about these GEX levels. This is yesterday's trade. Yesterday's IB and trade. Okay, and that's where I left it last night. This is the Globex, this is Asia, and this is the overnight so far to right here. Look at that. That entire range doesn't take up half of 125% zone in yesterday's IB. So that should tell you something. Well, whatever I forgot, I did. So there we go. Going to see how we open here in a few minutes, about 3. I don't have any idea if these footprints are worth a damn or useless or what, but we'll see together. It'll be a big, hey, Anton, what's up? Have a look at this footprint. We have a 12-point range all night and volumes at 43% average right now, or 42. So use extreme caution, whatever it is you're doing. Now, 41.6, it's actually dropping. It was at about 44 when I posted something in Static earlier this morning, and now it's down to 41. This is a range footprint, delta colored and opposing delta. This is 1 point high, and these are 5-minute increments. I'm real curious to see what this looks like when it opens. I have no idea. I have never looked at it before. I thought, I want to look about that footprint because I was poking around with a toss last night. So we'll see. But this is a real, here you go. There's a perfectly balanced overnight range, 12 points. I would say I haven't seen any of the GEX levels change. I just looked at them a minute ago, at least on my little thing over here, my little free deal. They're the same. And that's, there we go. 30 seconds till the open. Let's see if it resets and what happens. And if, the call wall is 78.50. It's right there on Bookmap. Let's see what happens with the open. This is going to be pretty interesting. These are 12 tick Renko or 12 tick footprint. So there we go. And I didn't see anybody reset over here, so that's not fun. There we go. And IRT fell on its head, of course. Well, there you go. You can do any kind of, you can do range or time based or whatever kind of footprints you want, but this is pretty interesting. After that piss poor performance of mine yesterday, taking off that trade that didn't have any heat for 50 points, I'm going to watch this. And today's not a magic box day, so I'm going to be a good boy and not do that. There come the the IB levels from Bookmap, or from IRT to Bookmap. Oh yeah, open. There we go. Put wall. Oh, there you go. And I haven't, now that we've opened, I think it updates just before the open, if I remember what I read. So I'll look and see. I have no idea. Well, so far nobody fell on their head. Okay, so fingers crossed. There we go. Let me see if I can see that other one for you, just out of curiosity. The put wall is 76 half. Here you go. There they are. There's all of them. Well, wait. More above the put wall. There you are. There's all of them that this thing spits out. The VU trigger, the call wall, the mid, or the Gex flip. The mid is down below somewhere. Oh, no, it's up above right here. It's a regime is positive gamma. And max pain, put wall 76 half, and the VD trigger is 76. HVL is 77 quarter, max pain is 77, and there you go. And the Gex flip is, the Gex flip changed now. It's now 7,800. A few minutes ago, it was 7,750. I'll have to update my thingies. I think, if I remember right. Let's see. Yeah, it was 77.50. It's now 7,800. I'll change the rest of them. It's when it gets all laggy like this, it's just a waste of time. And I've done a whole lot of stuff last night to try to keep going to figure out if there's some stupidness I'm doing about this program, because everybody I talk to says I'm not having any lag problems. So I don't know. Well, there is the 12 tick footprint, 5-minute bar, a 5-minute time frame. And here's what we're doing. We had a 12-point handle balanced overnight, the complete ETH, and now we've only got, the hell do we have? 21 to, Jesus criminy Christ, 7 points so far. A range, which I'm sure is not going to last, but you know what I mean. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I know I couldn't remember. I knew I was forgetting something. I didn't do the damn statistics. Oh, that was pretty dumb. I'll do them. I'm not that I'm worried about today, but that was stupid. So now I've lost I've lost those levels that used to be where they used to be, right? That move the IBs and that kind of thing. So I knew I was forgetting something, but I couldn't for the life of me remember what it was while I was standing here talking. Did we open higher in range? Let's see. Yes, we definitely did, I think, didn't we? Yeah, we definitely did. We opened higher in range, abso-freaking-lutely. Okay. Another one of those. All right, so overnight volume point of control with 80.5. I'm just going to put these in here and deal with it so that they're there for the record. That's really stupid that I forgot that. Overnight high 74.7. Mid 74.3. Where'd you go hiding there, Mr. Mid? Previous close, let's look at that one. That's 68.4. Can't believe I forgot to do that. IB high, well, I won't know that one. Previous highs, 58.4. Where did that go? That's wait, where's the all-time high? There we go. This is, I realize, stupid, but the reason I'm doing this is for the record, so that it's in the stream and in the recording. If I go back and look at a replay or review the stream or whatever else, it's there. Previous low 34.4. Holy smokes, huh? Oh, you know what else I'm doing wrong? What a dummy. Jesus, I need to go back to bed. I got to do these over again because I'm putting them in on top of the other ones. I didn't clear the damn notes. Gee whiz, what's the matter with me? Stressed out, I guess. Yeah, that's for sure what the problem is. Okay, back to the start of this mess now that I'm doing this kind of right. 48.1. And I'm not interested in doing anything here. This is just stupidness as far as I'm concerned. This is a great way to get chopped up. 9 volume point of control is 80.5. Overnight high 74.7. Close, that's a good one. 68.4. Okay. What did I forget? Something. I missed the IB, so that's off the question. I missed the POC. I guess I could actually put it in there. It was right about there. That was a previous POC. Blue 66.2. Well, that's pathetic. But anyway, I knew I was forgetting something. I actually said it out loud a couple of times, but I was been busy looking at how crazy this is. When I first did this footprint, I thought, Jesus, is this thing broken or what? And then I realized these are only 12 tick range. And look at them. Amazing. Amazing. Well, we're below 40% average volume on the open. Huh? Wow. Holy crap. That's pretty amazing. Amazing. Yeah, well, that's very, do what you want, but it's put wall moved down to 7,800 now that I'm busy being a dork over here on my little stuff. Put wall moved down to 7,800. Let's just see. Oop. Well, the put wall here is 76.50 still. 70, the put wall. How could the put wall move down to 7,800? The Gex flip is at 7,800. The put wall is clear down at 76 half-ish, or was. So the Gex flip, I think, is what you meant. Because, yes, that is 7,800, and that's what I have put in already. Somewhere around here. Hold on. Or, who the hell knows? It's free shit. Could be upside down and backwards. Yeah, this is what I put in earlier, is 7,800 on the Gex flip, but not the put wall. The put wall is down at 76 half. Is that what I said? I don't remember. No, 7,600. So it goes 77 quarter, 77, 60, 50, 76 half, and 7,600 on the bottom side. And the call wall is at 79, and the VU triggers at 79 half, according to this thing. What do I know? That's going to be good enough for me. Good enough for the girls I go with, to quote the old Montana adage. Wow. And they haven't broken out of the, or did they? Did they one tick the overnight? Yeah. They one tick the overnight range on the downside. 12 handles. Wow. Yeah, your stuff is way different than mine. Whatever the program is called there, I don't know. But this, with this thing, I looked at some other thing. They're all pay, of course, but Gex, I don't remember. A lot of different ones out there. That's for sure. Everybody's piling on that train. Well, I don't know what to think about these footprint chart, but there they are. How in the hell would you trade that? I don't know how I would even think about that, to be honest with you. Now, maybe to make them more ticks than 12 ticks. It was 12 ticks, and that's what my Renko chart is. So I thought, okay, well, I'll leave that and see what the deal is. But I don't know. I was just looking at this early in the morning, and I thought I'd see what the hell what it looked like. Where'd it go? There you go. Range, 12 ticks, bar width, delta, diagonal, transparency factor, blah, 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 blah. Maybe not range, maybe time. I don't think time's a good idea ever. Volume. Maybe volume? Let's see what that does. Ha! Nothing. There's no bars. Look at that. Nothing. There's not one footprint bar based on volume, volume bar 2,000 contracts. Holy mackerel. Let's see what 200 looks like. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Well, I don't think we're going to use that one. Okay, let's go 50. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, I know it's light, but Jesus Christ, there's not one bar there. Any place. Huh. So much for volume. How about time? Vertical bar width. It's still not doing this either. Maybe this thing doesn't like what I'm doing or something. So I don't see any footprints here anywhere. There's a big spike of something. Somebody tweeted something over here. Yeah. Oh, well, this is the Michigan number getting ready. That's probably the Michigan prelim, which is that Michigan's out at 9, but they they do put out a prelim, I think, or a whisper number. I think I told you this, that, advanced subscription for Trump's Truth Social tweets, they want to sell for $100,000 a month. And it's in the courts, that he can do it or not. Somebody said that can't be right, and apparently he thinks it can. Now, yeah, that's what it did. It took a while to calculate. Maybe that's why I was hurrying too much, I guess. That doesn't look like much of a footprint to me, but then this is pretty pathetic volume, so yeah. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Wait a minute. That's the time. I don't think time's ever a good idea. Let's see what volume says now that it had to think about it a while. Wait till I wasn't waiting long enough. It's got to recalculate everything up here. See if it actually shows something with volume. Bar volume has got to be at least 100 contracts, doesn't it? Yeah, it's got to be at least 100. Let it recalculate that and see what it shows. Yeah, I don't know. I think you misspoke there on the put wall. I guess you probably heard that. If your put wall's up at 7,800, then this one of our things is way upside down. Because my Gex flip is 7,800 and the put wall is down at 7,650. So I don't know what to tell you or what to think, I got no clue. I'm busy laughing at the footprint charts over here. Not printing anything. And it's still calculating, I guess. Did anything happen exciting while I was gone? Well, it did print one bar on that sweep. Let's get rid of the other stuff. Oh, the last price is off. Oh, I guess these are all footprints? Ooh. That didn't work. The footprint on volume doesn't, what does that mean? Nothing. I don't think that says anything to me. That doesn't speak to me. What did I have this on before? Range. I guess I could make them on a lot bigger volume. Maybe that's it. 200 maybe. Then it's going to have to rethink about everything again. Okay, well, there you go. And they're not supposed to be. I don't think so, according to the destruction. Yeah, whatever. Good for you. Cool. Whatever you're using there, if that makes sense to you, go for it. I have no clue. I have no idea. Nothing I can do about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to spend $300 a month or whatever, you know. Okay, what's this now? These are footprint bars based on 200 volume. That means nothing to me. They don't even look like footprints to me. The thing that looks like something to me is yeah. I don't think that means anything. I mean, it doesn't jump out at me. Does it look like it makes any sense to you? I don't think so. I don't think so. Trump budget director, Ford class carriers too costly. Take too long to build. Post on X. Well, there you go. Maybe if we weren't building, Trump towers and tearing down the White House and doing all that other crap, we'd have more budget to spend on defense things, maybe. The guy's talking about something, whoever his budget director is. I'm sure that's a tough job. I don't think that footprint does me any good like that. It's at least moving now. When I get zoomed in on to the tick level or whatever, it doesn't make much sense, I don't think. I think we'll just do that, back to the old view for now. Wow, that's 1 point high. Look at that. It looks like an EKG. That's amazing. When you stop and think about the fact that this is the full session and it's 12 handles, and we're 30 minutes in and we're trading inside at 12 handles. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, you know, I don't know any place to go see what's really the truth. That's the thing about the Gex story, I guess. I don't know what came first or who's wrong, chicken or the egg. I don't know. If there was some place on the CBOE you could go look and see what it is at that point or something, you know, that was actually true. Verifiably true, I guess, or verifiably accurate. I don't know. Or somebody that's got one of those high-paid ones, you know, the $300 beauties there, spot gamma. There's probably somebody on T-Lab that's got spot gamma or whatever it is, Mentor Q. Or GexBot, or all of them. I guess are all similar and all report the same data, which they get from somewhere. CBO or CBOT, I guess. Okay. Somebody's asking me something. I don't know who. Let me look at Discord. What was I going to do? Discord. Let's see here. It may also be the fact that, well, yeah, depend on whatever program you're using. So maybe in previous days when we've compared this thing that I've got to something else, it's been accurate. Now, also, is your thingy doing SPY or SPX or something? It's not doing the MEX, right? Or the MES. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. But I'm not gonna I am not going to. Jesus, look at that. This is the range all night and so far today compared to yesterday's IB. Isn't that phenomenal? Yeah, here are the levels. I mean, and I don't know what to do about them. I mean, I don't know what to do about it. They've been accurate pretty much as we've checked through the days. Why it wouldn't be today, I got no idea, but it's free, so who knows, you know? I'm sure your stuff is probably correct. But here's the Gex flip at 7,800, and there's the put ball at 7,650, and so on. So, and let's see if it's the SPX. Didn't we do that yesterday? I think so. What happened here? We're not changing. Why? There we go. Same story on this one. As far as that goes, put wall is somewhere. I don't even see that. Way down below us. Yeah, it's way below the max pain. Same thing. It says the same thing, so it's, I don't know if it's miscalculated or if it's calculating right, or I got no idea. Pretty though. A lot of pretty colors. So there. Yeah. I wish there was a place. There's got to be a place. Let's see if I popped something into static, because those guys are usually pretty switched on, and ask them if anybody's using spot gamma or mint or Q or what, or Gex spot, and if so, what was the Gex flip for the SPX. Let's see if anybody does that. I'm curious to know. If it isn't accurate, I'm going to stop wasting my time. It's kind of fun to watch, but if this is some kind of toy thing that isn't working right or doesn't have the right levels, they seem to have been so before. If they're not, though, I won't, I'm not going to bother. I can certainly go just like this right here. Boom. There we go. And not worry about it. Let's see here. Nobody answered me yet. Okay. Well, here we go. 38% average volume. That's just amazing. Boy, yesterday was the big opportunity, wasn't it? Son of a gun. And surprisingly, a couple of people in static were going on about how they'd gotten clobbered being short on yesterday. I didn't read much about it, but I was surprised. Somebody, Finto or whoever he is, she or it or whatever. What's the volume now? I'm having fun watching that. 37. Oh, it's even dropping more now. It was 38. Now it's 37%. And 2.25 points wide on the 1 minute candle, meaning this is the maximum. This is much more volatile than the NQ on a normal situation. Well, wasn't showing that screen, but I don't care. I don't think anybody cares, but this has been steadily going down. I threw a couple of snaps different places. 2.25 points volatility and 36% average volume. That's amazing. Well, at 1 point high, we are 30, 19. We're 11 handles wide on the IB. And going into 10 minutes, we're at, 40 minutes in the IB. Wow. Big liquidity pop down here at 16s, huh? And then the same thing up here at whatever that is. Previous highs, I guess. And 36, who knows? They gonna pop a new all-time high, you think? Wow. I'm probably forgetting to do something. I don't know what. Yeah, good. Well, very definitely something going on. Poor old IRT. Still got 26-second lag over there. It's kind of a bitch. Okay. You go to sleep. You have fun. Oh, one of the things I want to check here while we're doing nothing. Put this on book map. Okay. Boy, I bet they're making a huge batch of retail soup today. I'm not sure I've ever seen a daily volume, relative volume so low that I remember. Maybe, but I mean, I don't look at it all the time. I've just been looking at it yesterday and today because I noticed it was so low. I mean, I typically look at it, you know, in the pre-market stuff, but through the course of the day, not so frequent. I don't think I set this up right yet on the restart. Where's the one? There we go. Okay, I don't want the fence one. There we go. Okay. I did, I'm watching wait a second, well, if we get above 38, 30, yeah, 35. Wow, yeah, pretty tight, huh? So that's yeah, 5-point targets, right? Am I right? Well, we are approaching the IB low. I have no idea what to think about that. And yeah, I also have no idea what to think about this whole Gex story, to be honest with you. It seems pretty weird that they're completely different, but that's the problem. You know, how do you know? How do I know? How do I know? You only know what you can see, I guess. What I can see. So I have no idea. I just won't look at it because I don't know. The ostrich technique. I wonder if they really do that. There's ostriches in South Africa. They used to be running around down there, but I don't know whether that's true story of sticking their head in the sand or what. Okay. Did something. I don't remember what the hell I was thinking about last time. I was going to tell you about that. How do you get over it? I did some playing around with the Atas thing yesterday night. Oop. Oh, does this work? No, that won't do that. Maybe. There we go. Some, range things and session things, and because it's free and 15-minute delayed, I can only have so many indicators, so I have to juggle them around like I do with thing. And there's absorption bars, true. There was something else I had here, I thought. Oh, I was looking at absorption and imbalance. But yeah. I can imagine that if you played with it long enough, like you said, it's fairly like it's kind of like you get the same feel of TV as far as these little guys over here turning them off and on and stuff like that. Cool. Well. Somebody keeps texting, I see over here, or something, discording. I thought it was a guy from, what do you call it? Static. I know one of those guys is talking about spot gamma all the time, or it was. Let's see who that might be or where that might be. Ah, here we go. Yeah, that's what I thought, Justin. Spot gamma. There we go. Oh, never mind. Yeah, never mind. It's am I on the right? Yeah, there's this is what the guy answered me. What's his name? Justin from okay, never mind. I was thinking, oh, here's something else that he put in there. ES exact, Gex flip is 77.85. Put wall is 77.80. Okay, whatever. Justin just said he found this guy on X that posts his stuff all the time. So, thanks, man. Gex. Thank you, baby girl. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so that was a dud. Hey, baby panda, how are you? I'm betting on the latter. Well, we're going to set the IB in a minute. It seems like forever. I can't believe it's only been 1 hour. Holy crap. Did time stop and I missed it? What happened? I missed a memo? You mean the ones that Kevin posted that he found off that X guy? Beats the hell out of me. It said they were, something said ES Live, I think, on one of those pictures. But yeah, who the hell knows? I don't have much use for that. The only X thing I've ever looked at, frankly, ever, is the Walter Bloomberg guy. Well, yeah, that's that's only 100 points, only 100 points different than where the put wall is over here. So I'm not looking at it anymore. It's the hell with it. The Gex flip is down at 7,800, and you've got the put wall at 7,812. Well, it's virtually impossible to have the put wall above the Gex flip. So in theory or in practice. So I'm not going to bother with them anymore because obviously this shit is not right. I'm sure yours is, I'm assuming your whatever program it is accurate. So I can't speak to it actually, other than I'm not going to bother with it. We'll see what price does if it comes down to this. Here's the mid Gex flip at the same place. That doesn't make. I must not have updated the mid yet. That's the problem. But I will do that so I don't have conflicting things on the stream. But it'll be interesting to see if price goes down there and what it does. If it's as I understand it, when we are positive gamma, which according to this thing is positive gamma regime, as it approached the Gex flip, dealers would be buying it to mute that fall. I think. Isn't that how it goes? I think so. What, Panda? Nice, good for you. And we took the IB stat right there. What'll happen after that? I got no idea. I'm going to move this multi-brackets to a different thing, I think. Something more realistic. Up. I don't want to do that. I was going to do the mid thing so I could get that out of my way. Let me see something here. Where's here? Who need? It's disappointing. I'm sorry this thing didn't work. I was enjoying watching it. And nice trade, by the way. Well, there we are back inside the IB. Now what are we going to do? Now what are we going to do? We got a P-shaped profile going on here. That's short covering, which doesn't make any freaking sense considering we blew out of the box yesterday to me, but you know, I'm obviously not making a lot of sense. Nothing makes sense at the moment. Pull back to the 25 and short them. You know, who the hell knows? It's a pretty narrow range, and something I don't like about Bookmap, which I think I probably complained about before. You notice how the full session continues to plot. I would prefer to be able to just have the ETH and the RTH, and the RTH does the same thing overnight. That's why in the mornings the POC lines aren't correct with what IRT has. Necessarily. I guess I was talking and didn't short this here. I don't know though, that's just two handles. Wow, that's a pretty narrow range. The meat on the bone thing. It's a lot about this program. It's weird. I wish I knew how to code well. I think you can. There's an API you can get in here and do whatever you want to do with this thing. I know that one kid, that guy that was answering me about the gex levels over there, he coded up some sort of magical thing that basically like a dome levels that happened, and he finally figured out how to do it using and he's not a programmer. He's not like Rod or somebody. He figured out how to do it using AI, I think Claude. Wait a minute. Oh, well, your put wall. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the gex levels, is that they're supposed to, that's where, when it's positive regime. Oh, well, wait. If your put wall is at 7,800, that means your gex flip is way up above somewhere, because the put wall cannot be above the gex flip. I mean, yeah, it can't be above the gex flip. That's basic. So when we're in a negative regime, which is what this should be, then they should be selling the underlying when it approaches there, if I'm reading all that stuff right. And who knows? But if your gex flip is below the put wall right now, I'd look into if that makes any. I don't think that's possible. And we all know that I know very cursory idea about this stuff. 17, 14. We're at my put wall. Next level up is 20. Okay. Wow, that's close. But I won't short it because I have no idea where any of these levels are now. So, best thing to do is sit on the hand, I guess. No news on the horizon, but, you know, the ever-present geopolitical tweet threat remains. heightened, I would say. Hmm. What was that you were going to do over there? Where is the level? 18. Well, is your put wall holding them, eh? Looks like, if that's it, because it's about where you said is about where my IB low is, so I can keep track. Now on the mean reversion one, this thing has entered a trade. The old the what do you call them? But it entered a buy, so that's not a good thing. I didn't change it. That's disappointing. I was hoping this thing was fairly accurate. That's pretty disappointing. Oh well. Onward and upward. I'm going to see if anybody in T-Lab has got that shit going on. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. What are we doing? I guess the put wall's holding it, or whatever that it is. The IB is. That I'm sure of. Sure that's in the right spot. I'm sure that's in the right spot. Let's see. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I am just passing what I see in the chart. 1812-ish is defended as a put wall. Yeah, right. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know what to tell me either. It seems strange that one day everything is, they're the same, and the next day they're, I mean, major freaking difference. 100 points. That's a lot of difference. I have no idea. But obviously, yeah. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I'm not arguing about that. I'm just disappointed in commenting on the fact that there's such a discrepancy all of a sudden. I find it weird, you know? I asked somebody, I also dropped a ping in the T-Lab if anybody's using spot gamma or something, what the put wall is, or the call wall, or the gex flip, just because I'm curious to see what if anybody else has got from one of those two people, and I don't even know how to go. I find it funny that you can't go to the CBOT and see like the last one, some delayed data or something like that, but apparently you can't. But yeah, and of course, 2 weeks ago, nobody was paying attention to gex levels. I wonder how that stuff works. Have you noticed that? Like all of a sudden, it's the shiny new tool on YouTube and everywhere else. It's and I know people in the T-Lab. I'm sure it had to be the T-Lab because I was never anywhere else except static. I've been talking about spot gamma and that stuff for a long time, like years. And all of a sudden, it's like the latest rage. I find it weird. I don't know. I mean, interesting. It makes sense to me, like we've talked about before. But it doesn't make sense to me if the levels that I have are useless. Well, then that's a waste of time. The theory behind why market makers do that makes perfect sense. But, yeah. There you go. There you go. Okay, spot gamma levels, populated levels. Oh, Kiloton is doing good. That's good. He's a nice guy. Put wall, according to this, is 75.22, and there's the spot gamma thing for the ES. Who the hell knows? But thank you, whoever you are. Okay. Oh man. Nice. Well, whatever that level is, whether it's the IB or the who knows what, it's certainly holding its ground, isn't it? The put wall or the somebody's wall. What level are you showing for the gex flip then? If the put level's at 78.13, must be up around 30, 40 somewhere, 78.40s or something. I guess. I'm not sure how that works. But no, man. Yeah, that finally went on. Hold on. Now what are we gonna do? IB failure? Look out. Well, something's wrong. Extra wrong, because there's no freaking way the value area low is down there. Oh, that's the previous one. I'm sorry that I developed. Yeah, that's the value area low from yesterday. Oops. I can't imagine that. Maybe. What does Trump own? Does Trump own that too? I thought 100,000 a month for tweets was a hell of a lot of money, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the going market rate nowadays for big shots. What, Panda? What do you want, baby? Yeah, so anyway, As far as I'm understanding it, the Gex level has the Gex flip has got to always be above the put wall, and right now, that means that if your put wall is at about the 13 handle somewhere, then the Gex flip has got to be up around 78.40ish, I guess, according to what I've been watching. And right now, I have no idea. In other words. This morning. Well, yeah, I'm sure your stuff is great, is accurate, your data. Do I see absorption on Atta's chart at 17? Well, remember this data is 15 minutes delayed, right? Absorption. Is this the absorption indicator? That's yes, it is. Okay, wait a minute. These gold bar thingies here. So you're saying, do I see at 17 and 14? Yeah, well, 17 quarter and 20. And then also at 15 and 14 on this current leg. And now this is 5-minute bar, and this, you're watching, wait a minute, you're watching the ES. Let's do that. I can't do the continuous thing. So the ES then is 5-minute bars. Oh, don't be doing that. 5-minute bars on the ES. There is 17 quarter, same thing, 17 quarter and a 20 half. Yeah, there you go. This is the chart. And this is the absorption thing, is it not? Yes, it is. Okay, there's that. I don't know what other stuff you got at days to look back, 90, ratio 1. I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of stuff you can change over here. I'm sure that all makes a difference. Minimum volume, that's got to be a biggie. I would think. This is just out of the box. I just put this on and didn't change anything except the colors because I couldn't stand that bright red and green. So that's it for there. Delayed 15 minutes. Remember that. And I can't power it by my rhythmic data feed because it won't let me do that. I've got to, buy something or do something else. Or pay for the, take it out, which is fine. But this is free. I mean, including the data. And this data comes from DTNIQ feed, not from the CME. but it's the same historic data that runs in the background on does the historic data for IRT and also for bookmap, so that's fine. But that's what I have there. And then there was a real obnoxious thing here that did something pretty strange that I've got to see if I remember the imbalance. But I guess wouldn't the footprint show an imbalance when you do that? Now there's 17 and a quarter when you do that, and then 20. No, it's the same. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. It slides up and down into the footprint idea. Sure, why not? Oh, my gut feeling is that it's a short extension to the lower side, because I think that common sense is going to reign supreme here before too long. But it's so spooky, I don't think risk is a good idea today. And you've got it figured out nicely. Whatever levels you're looking at and however you're interpreting them, to take 6-8 point trades on the ES is super. That's great payday, no question about it. Whatever this developing value area low, IB low, our POC. Now here we go again. The POC from IRT is down here right now at 13. And it's still wandering around up here at 25 something on bookmap. And it shifted down over here at about before 9:30. So, man, oh, my eyes, wow. LB. How often observation indicators can show rejection. Look at the one at 78.31-ish. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. You'll be surprised how often observation indicator. $78.31-ish. Okay, let me start that up again then. Sorry about that. I killed it because I'm trying to save, resources, even though I should have more resources than the frickin' carnival. Okay, observation indicator. Okay. Observation indicator. Look at the one at 78.31-ish. At 9:30. Well, at when? 9. Okay. Well, there's 9. $31-ish up here you're talking about. I don't have well, this one here was what is that? That's an absorption one, but it's from way over here in the overnight. Oh no, about 7 o'clock anyway, about 8 o'clock in the morning. Is that what you're talking about, this one up here at 31? Oh, thank you. Come on, man. That's lucky. Wow. Nice big bacon and eggs. Once broken, that levels are very often act as resistance. Yeah. So you're talking about this level up here at 31. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm on the ES. Okay, so we're both on the same page. And that's actually the high of the day so far. High of this session. It didn't break it, but it acted as a resistance. I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, that would be right. Oh, I forgot you were talking about. I forgot you were talking about. I forgot you were talking about Eastern Standard. Yeah, 9 o'clock is over here. I'm sorry. I forgot about Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it was made right there. And then there it is across. Right, exactly. And the same idea down here. And yeah, support and resistance, right? Now you'll excuse me while I don't chew my bacon and eggs in your ear. Well, the IB continuation is working out down to the value area low from yesterday. And this was probably the test, huh? Or any one of these along here. And I'm busy not watching my market. 10, so that's 9:15 right here, yeah. 9:05. Well, on my side here, this thing that I've got happening, it tested it at 9:08. Oh, you liar. looked at this damn Addis and I got all excited about those double bars down there, and I remembered that it's 15 minutes delayed. Never mind. So this thing here, you see this thing? Whoa. Yeah, you see this thing here? This is the divergence imbalance, which is really cute. And I realized that you're supposed to be able to pin it. Like, for example, now, it'll be pinned to the, front, and it won't disappear here on IRT or whatever else I do. But if I put this, pinned or not, over the top of the ATAS chart, it just disappears. The pin part doesn't work. Let me show you what I mean. Am I doing something fundamentally wrong there? Here's ATAS, right? Or ATA. I put it over there and it's pinned. So it's supposed to stay on top. And if I go like this, it just goes right behind. So I think that's a pretty cool little thing there, but I didn't even know it existed until I shut ATAS down and it was still sitting there. But that's pretty cool. Anyway, so much for that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm not sure, it's just shiny whether it helped me or not, but it looks cool. Anyway. Oops, sorry. There we go. Oh, that's good. My problems now are usual. I look at this market and my first thought is not to try to think about shorting is a chase, and you're shorting the bottom of the, going short in the hole. This was the first edge full pullback that I should have done. This was a test that would have been valid in my opinion. And then all this story about the conversation we've been having about the put wall and stuff definitely spooks me. Now, if what I read is correct and they're below the put wall, well, never mind. That doesn't make any sense. Never mind. And I got to also remember this is 15 minutes delayed. Never mind. I forgot about that. All that data is. Let's see. I also use pin wedges to keep them invisible when I'm clicking on the chart. Yeah, well, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. It works on IRT, but not on ATS or ATAS. Anyway, not a big deal. So, short and hold. Is short and hold the thing to do? I guess. We're at the value area low from yesterday. And the Globex low and a bunch of lows over here. Down we go, huh? Now, in my world, in free TV, not transvestite, trading view world, we're supposed to be approaching the Gex flip down here. Oh, man. Show me the widget again. Oh, sure. First one's free, brother. Let's see, the widget. Where did that go? Okay. Hold on. There's the chart. There we go out the bottom. The widget is right here. Whoops. See, it won't even stay there when I do that. It won't stay. It's not pinned now, but it won't stay even on the chart when I do that. It is, however, if I pin it, it has the correct behavior on IRT. If I unpin it, it should go behind, and now it's pinned, it should stay on the front. What this is a delta divergence thing. I didn't know how I turned it on, but I thought it was kind of cute when I saw it. And I figured out about the pin thing and how that should work. But we'll try it again. So there's the chart, right? Here's the chart. And here's the little widget guy over here on Bookmap. And the same works for Bookmap. It doesn't disappear from Bookmap if it's pinned. But when I put it over here over the, whoops. Damn it. Come on, you son of a gun. I'm going to end up entering a trade and then I'll be really pissed. When I put it over here, and now I click on the chart, Disseparado. There we go. I have to zoom in to see it. The widget or what? This is a 32-inch 4K monitor. I'm amazed you've got a zoom to see that, but okay. Oh, okay, there you are. Now there it is. Because I switched the monitors back and forth, but if I click on the, or just put my mouse on the chart, on the ATAS chart, that widget will disappear. Anyway. Falling out of bed good now. Well, this is what in my world would be the Gex flip, so we'll see what happens. On the top right, click on the pin icon. Yeah, I do. Now it's pinned. Now it's not. And again, it won't even pop up when this chart is active. Now, if I minimize it, it's over here, and it will have the correct behavior with IRT. And then I put the pin down, I pin it, and it has the correct behavior. It doesn't have the correct behavior with ATAS. No big deal, but it just was funny. It was interesting to me because I didn't even know it was there until I started to shut things down, and I thought, oh, what's this cute little thing? But there you go. On main ATAS chart, not the widget. I didn't know there was a pin on the main ATAS chart, but okay. Let's see. Main ATAS chart. I don't see any pin. Oh, way up here? Okay, it's pinned. Oh, topmost, maybe that's it. Okay. Uh-huh. I got it now. So there we go. Oh, okay, I see that. Yeah, I didn't see that little guy way up there. I needed to squint to even look over there. Okay, cool. Well, that makes sense. I see. So you can do that so that the actual stake stays. I got you now completely. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Sorry, I was busy thanking you on mute. Well, it bounced off of my put wall or my gex flip. Maybe that's it. Maybe you just draw a line wherever the hell you want to, and then it'll work. Maybe not. Well, that was good. Yeah, absolutely. That's my go-to approach. Absolutely. With any of them that are at this level of production and, been in business and made hundreds of thousands of dollars for the developers. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they know more about it than I do. I'm not one of those everybody in the band's out of step but me guys. It'd be nice. I think that's a Trump thing. Or Agent Orange, as Richard called him. That's pretty cute, I think. Well, the buy off the bottom didn't work out very well. Oop. Very well here. Stop right there. This flip ball thing is flipping on my deal, but yeah, already established that must be wrong. Regime is positive gamma. It says. There's a few things that I've been able to think ahead of, but usually was in my other life. Project server and that kind of thing. A couple of guys that said, you can't do that. It's impossible to do that. And then showed them a demonstration of them doing that, and they were surprised. Now, they weren't developers, but, you know. They were company people. Ouch. See if anybody answered me on that other side. Oh yeah, the one guy did. That's right. Wow. I don't know who this guy is, but he's doing a lot of typing over there. Well, I don't see anything I was looking for. I thought there was somebody asked me something, but I guess not. Yeah, I like the everybody in the band's out of step with me theory, but I don't think it holds up. I guess you got to be a first family member in order to have that work. Look at the NQ go. Wow. They're all out the bottom now. At least the NQ has got some, it's outside the value, but ES is just barely poking its nose there. Shit, over. There was another thing I found on that Atos. Where is it? This is where we are, where I expect. Atos. Oh yeah, we got a lot of stuff below us. That single we just took out too, if I'm not wrong. Oh, I guess I am. No singles down there in the RTH. Well, this is the Gex flip, my brother. So, you know, in free world at 7,800. If nothing else, it's volume. I mean, it's one hell of a bunch of liquidity. Look at that pile of liquidity sticking out down there. Double just about every other level around on either side. So, yeah. And a low volume node from the micro composite. All this liquidity jacking underneath it here. I guess that's support, or are they? Is that a come hither look to get the price to go down there? I have no clue. Naked below, huh? Let's just check. Yeah, well, we do. There's one right there at 38 quarter. We talked about that yesterday, I think. And we got one here at 7773. This is also the VC POC, the MCV POC. There, same exact price. This has got to change a little bit, actually. Right at the low volume node. Funny, isn't it? Oop, you aren't watching. Now you're watching. Right at the low volume node. Whatever level this is, there's a buttload of stuff underneath of them. That's a lot. That's double any volume anywhere else on the ladder. That in my view, and I'm going from 78.50 to 77.55. I'm covering 100 handles across here, and that's the largest liquidity in the book, which according to the freebie deal, that's also the Gex flip. So there's that, there's liquidity there, and there's several other substantial levels below it. I don't know what to think. As you say, there's the MCV POC below, and there's a naked volume pointer, but at the same level, and then there's another one below that. So yeah. Yeah, man. Short here. Yesterday's value area low. Ooh, there's a absorption selling. Iceberg or some freaking thing. Iceberg, yeah. Flash, whoever the hell they are. I'm completely amazed now. It's not hard to do, but I am. I just opened I just Googled Gex Flip MES now, you know, and it opened a thing called Flash Alpha. Whatever that is, or recommended, I think. It's MEFF options, key levels. And gives you all that. Oh, well, you can look for yourself. What am I reading it to you for? And this is something I didn't believe was possible. So I need to obviously figure out a lot more about it. Put wall, 7,800. Call wall, 7,810. And gamma flip at 7783. I don't understand how in the Christ you can have the put wall above the gamma, but flip. But oh, wait a minute, this is gamma flip. I guess that's the same as Gex flip, gamma exposure. Yeah, it must be. Anyway, so there you go. It beats the shit out of me how that's possible. And the basis versus the SPX is 38.4 points, it says. Basis state is contango. Interesting stuff. Another one of those paid things. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't think it was possible, but it obviously must be. I'm sure they know more about it than I do. So there you go. Now, let's get back over here and see about Losing some money. Let's lose some money, what do you think? So that means nothing to me then. None of that matters. I'm taking that Gex crap off my charts, yes. How this... Huh. I don't know. Whatever that level is a real big one. Because they seem to be real. They just traded a bunch of it out. Remember, that was there was 400 contracts down here? And they traded out a bunch of it. It's now down and brought it way down. That's one thing they did. For sure. Or lifted off or did something, but it was 400 contracts and now it's not. Now it's 200, which says they traded 200. That's about right. Yeah, I have no idea what to do now because none of this stuff makes sense to me. So, not that I had a lot to do and understand what to do earlier before, but now it's even more confusing. I have to really look into that because I didn't believe that was possible. That's like saying I jumped up and down at the same time, you know, as far as I'm concerned. It makes no sense. And obviously I'm wrong. Whatever this level is, it's having a stern effect on the market. I would love to have gotten short on the IB, which I was busy. I don't know what I was busy thinking about, but it wasn't my market, which has got to stop. Coming up to 11 o'clock. That's about over with for me. I forget to read up the chart, see if Magic or somebody's come through. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Eight 8% of the consumers expect income growth to outpace inflation over the next year. 8. Yeah, it's great. We won. We won the war. Jesus Christ. Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, I know. That's, I know that. I wonder what the deal is here. That's really disappointing. I don't know what the hell to think about that. I mean, I don't know what to do about it. Funny how some values or something that, you know, a month ago didn't know existed become so important. Our human mind is an amazing thing. Oh, 07's flash in value there at the low, or liquidity at the low. I wouldn't short this. I certainly wouldn't go long. And these are 2.5 point ranges in here. That's important to remember that. I did not. These swings are pretty substantial. Now it's a 1 point. My biggest mistake today was not being focused and taking this IB just like normal. Getting all thinking about this and that and get something and whatever else. Doesn't help. Here we have a bar. Well, we have one there. We have a little teensy weensy one here. That is no trade that I have, so I can't justify doing it, even though I desperately need to trade here or want to trade. The closest justification I could make for that would be a breakout and retest, and that's stupid because it's not. Maybe sell the rips. Buy the dips. I don't, you know, maybe that makes as much sense, I guess. I don't think they're gonna, if they get through that 08, they're gonna, or that 78, they're gonna go like a freight train, but that's short in the hole. Doing this is in line with context. You could make a case for that. Let's see, where'd Blue Boy go? Oh, I never even got him in here yet. Wow. I am in a coma. Oh, sorry, Blue Boy. So there's the context, right? Absolutely down all day. Down, down, down. Oh, man. Oh. Hey, Magic. Well, I'm still licking my wounds from that stupidity yesterday, but I didn't do anything today. Obviously, it's not the box day, so. And there's been some crazy volume on the open was 36% of average. How are you doing? I'm sure good, I hope. We're already up, we're way up to 42% now, so we're really ripping now. Anton's had a couple of good trades, I think. Apparently my GEX levels, according to Anton, are completely gone wrong. He's got something that I didn't know I didn't know was a possibility, to have the put wall above the GEX flip, but apparently that's the case, and this is not the GEX flip. This is apparently a put wall somewhere around here. So I'm in case you were looking at it, this thing is apparently not right or something, even though it seems, that price action seems to pretty much be as expected, but that's according to whatever, it's not. I actually Googled something to see if it, what it had to say, and it mentioned that the put wall was above the GEX flip, which makes no sense to me. So back to the drawing board, or just forget it board. The next new shiny thing. A month ago, I didn't know what GEX flip was or give a shit. So maybe that's the best approach. Don't know. Maybe. Well, good for you, dude. Well, and you're still sitting on them, I'm hoping. That's great. You've got that down pat. I need to just, I think I need to get over all this stuff and get back to thinking like that. I think about yesterday, and as you say today, one trade and, short off the top. Well, how much better can you get? How much better can you get? Now, depending on me, if I shorted it right around that first thing, my stop could have gotten hit up here, but good for you. That's great. Yep. Have a good one, man. Congratulations, and nice trading. Be proud of yourself. I'm proud of you. I wish I'm envious, actually. If you want to swap, I'm happy to swap with you. I'm really disappointed about this whole GEX idea. I thought that's one of this shiny objects, that makes sense to me. Okay, if these traders need to be delta neutral, then they're going to buy the underlying because they have to. It's part of their mandate. Makes sense. But now the fact that none of these levels, which looked and seemed to be right, that's disappointing. Disappointing, even though it reacted exactly as I would have thought it would. Have a great weekend. Go out. Is it still cool up there? I don't know. I've asked a couple of times, and he doesn't feel like sharing the name of whatever program he's using now. So he's doing some testing or whatever. I don't know. I don't think it's not one of the normal ones. I don't think Spot Gamma or Mentor Q, but I don't know what it is. I did ask a time or two, but I didn't hear. So I'm not sure. Completely different than I've got, though. Completely different numbers and everything according to his posts. If you look up the way there, you can see them, and apparently accurate. The one thing that I did post, let's see if I can find that again. Where am I? History. This, oh shit, no, oh yeah, here it is. This thing here, I asked the question, what is the Gex flip level now, you know? And of course, this is a pay thing. But, well, now this was different a minute ago. This was all different a minute ago. When I came over here, you selected the instrument and it told you what the deal was. Maybe because I've already been here, it's not going to tell me anything. Maybe that's it. This gamma flip is what we're talking about. Call wall, put wall. I don't know what MESO gamma exposure. Oh, MES options, I guess. And it wants me to sign up and do something for free, so that sucks. Well, never mind. I was gonna show you. I was gonna show off and show you what I found, but there you go. That's what I get for thinking, I guess. Wow. I don't know what all that is, but it didn't like that very well. Apparently. So I guess this one doesn't work. Well, anyway, never mind. This is their Flash API. They probably don't mean to put that out there. I guess. Well, anyway, I don't see, get your API key. Yeah, a minute ago it was there, and I showed it to Anton, and he said it kind of lined up with what he said, so. Yep, take care, man. See you later. I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to go do the same thing here pretty quick. This has been a terrible week. From a psychological standpoint, I didn't lose a penny because I didn't take a trade. But that's the worst part. Well. Oh, there we go. They're approaching the witching hour here pretty quick. That's so weird. Why did that do that, I wonder? What, baby? What? Yeah, you want to go to bed? You want to take our nap now? That is so weird. Huh. Man. Oh, what? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Your API key. Well, what I need to do now is something I don't know how to do.
Where'd it go? Damn it. Okay, I don't know what any of that. Okay, let's go. Nope. If you're talking to me, no. No, I didn't. I'm still thoroughly disappointed about those levels, and I should have taken the IB failure, even though it wasn't a structured trade, but it's old time, old static. Before I was doing all this back testing and all this kind of stuff, it would have been a typical continuation trade where came down and take out the IB and then pull back up and test again, and down you go. But that was the only one I would have had. Magic was just in a minute ago, and he shorted right off the open up here at the top. And now he's gone to count his money and take a nap. I like his idea. I like his technique. Yeah, but no. And I didn't, my initial reaction here was, since it bounced right off whatever this level is, without any question about it, and never got close to it again, my thinking was that we would go back short, and I would have been looking at, I was actually talked about this over here, bar trading kind of thing, but now we're putting up. So you had said something about looking at longs after 207, I think, so there we are. No, but the short answer, no. And I'd have to, I don't know what, do something about it. Yeah, well, I would have predicted that too, because it's a Gex flip, and that's exactly what they're supposed to do, according to what I understand. Now, we've already determined that I don't understand what's going on because I didn't think it was possible to have a Gex flip below a put wall. And according to your data, there's no flipper level here, so, but yeah. Sure. Cool. I predict the market's going to go up or it's going to go down. I'm going to make a safe one. Right into this low volume node here and the previous ETH high, and oh boy. A lot of stuff right there. Now I was just looking at something else, more distraction, more rabbit holes to go running down. This Flash Alpha is pretty proud of their shit. I just went back to that thing that we looked at. I was going to show Magic the same page that I showed you about the Gex levels and stuff like that. And when I went back, it didn't let me get near that page again. But one thing it did do was I got an API key, which is okay, great. What I was trying to show you was at some place around the pricing is like $1,100 a month. Made to the ES, maybe it's 34. According to this Flex Alpha, it's Flash Alpha, it's 34 points or something to the MES from the SPX. 22 points may well be the deal. Okay, I've got this key thing all set up. Now I don't know what to do about that. I wanted to do something else. Billing and invoices, subscriptions, onboarding, I guess I can get back there, no problem. I hope. Well, maybe I can do a new one. No, that didn't work. Upgrade your plan. Well, I don't want to upgrade my plan. I just wanted to show you what they were. Anyway, let's take my word for it. Yeah, this Flex Alpha thing, which is API direct from the CBOT data and whatever else it says. Oh, here you go. And that's if you buy a year. $63 a month, $239 a month for whatever the shit this is, and $1,200 a month. Beats the hell out of me. These are API calls. 15-second freshness. ETFs, index, SPY, Qs. Whatever the rest of them are. Yeah, it seems like a big deal. Jesus Christ. Funds and prop desk, $2,500 a month. Real-time push, $4,500 a month. Wow. I'm in the wrong business, dude. I should have developed some software and been a big shot. Oh, I don't want to get it. I want to get back away now, back to this onboarding thing. There we go. I'll look at this later. I have the API key for the free deal. I want to see what that does for me. Of course, it won't do anything. This is the place where I showed you before that had the put wall above, somewhere around where you were saying up here around the 78s, and the Gex flip was down below it. So I was going to show that to Magic was asking me about it, so I was going to show that to him, and it doesn't. I couldn't get back to that same page again. Anyway, just another rabbit hole. Another magic rabbit hole. Well, the low volume node there was a definite resistance. Looks like. Well, POC, on the other program thing that I have, there's a at the money or something like that where you, whatever it's called, I don't remember now. Hold on. Oh, I didn't want that one. No. Oh no. No, not. But then it's completely different. The mid is clear up at 50 and call wall is above, put wall is way below. So it doesn't, I don't know what they're measuring, but it isn't. We did basically just bounce exactly off that, what they call the Gex flip, so I have no clue. And this low volume node here is, I guess, what you're calling the POC, which is 7810.5, more or less, there. Whether it will continue to do that or go ripping through it is another question. That's also more or less within a tick or two the previous ETH all-time high. I think this low volume is probably the biggest thing right there. Okay. POC will level with maximum dealer exposure. That sounds pretty important, all right. I don't think there's anything like that. That program has a Gex flip, right? Because if I look at just the calls or the volumes here on this old thing, it says that they're that's the Gex flip. the level, the options level with the most amount of. Oh, that may not be dealer exposure though. Never mind. Yes. Me. I would guess dealer exposure would be based on the amount of call, total amount of options at a level, I would think. But I started thinking about it. Well, that's exactly the Gex flip that I have here, 7800 for the MEX. From that thing, the free thing right there. Gex flip, 7800. I don't know. Beats me, but the put wall is sure as hell not above it, according to that thing and that stuff, so that's even more confusing. Oh, VPOC migration, finally. This thing migrated way back before, well, it migrated about 10:30. And just now, about an hour later, it comes down on thing. Book map. Got a ledge down there at the bottom too. I hate those things. This ledge at the bottom of the volume ledge. It's not so pronounced on the market profile. Oh, your time, yeah. Well, that's, I'm looking at the micro, so yeah, maybe. I'll see what the mini says. I'm thinking about shorting it right here just to see if the goddamn thing actually does the VPOC migration. Just because I'm bored and pissed. So mine migrated at about, just before 11, I guess. No, way before 11, like 10:50-ish on my IRT over here. This is the ES. There's migrating, and it's done down, and then it's over and back up again. So it's dancing all over, which the book map isn't doing. Yeah, that's same on both of them, the MES and the ES on IRT, almost an hour ago, and just now, Bookmap does. Just now, 2 minutes ago. And the volume continues to Well, the volume's gone way up, man. It's gone up from 33% to almost 44% now. Wow. We're really rocking here. Ridiculous. But I think, I'm thinking I'm tempted to just put on a short and go take a nap. Like, I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever, because I see many times that that price doesn't follow. Levels will be hit and not over here or stuff. I recognized that when I was doing that, when I was practicing those hedge philosophy, which, oh man, and here goes the short. Yeah, I know guys that do that cross trade. It makes no sense to me, because the levels are different places. Value area and all these kind of things are in different spots, and migration is different. I noticed a couple of times when I was doing the hedge thing, price would get to on MES, for example, and not get there on the ES. I don't see how they do that, or I'm not sure why anybody would want to, frankly. I'm sure there's a good reason. Again, I don't know. There's that ledge. Will they drop off it and go pummeling through whatever level this is at 7,800? Yeah, you can cross trade a book map, no problem. By the way, but and some guys do, or a few I've heard talk about it, but I'm not. I've never figured out why. For a perfect example, right now, we just got through talking about the VPOC migrated an hour earlier on whatever chart. That's another difference, is that things happen so differently on Bookmap than they do on my charting. Like the VPOC on either one of them migrated about an hour ago, but that didn't happen over here. And if you did that an hour ago, you're coming back in your face right here. This one is working, and it's going to get to that ledge and probably break through the level. Oh, and another VPOC migration south. Look at there. Oh, we're rocking now. And now this has happened on Bookmap and not on the other charting. How can that be? Oh, well, I know how it can be. It can be, and to do with the time. But the difference in time from the start of the market and the this is calculated based on the reset of these columns. So even if it's a minute off, how can that can't possibly have such a big impact on the difference? There's absolutely no. There's the two migrations we've had so far. We're at 7805 on Bookmap, on IRT, I mean. And here's Bookmap. It just finally got down to here, 7805, and now it's dropped down to 03 and nothing over there. That would be pretty cool if you could, cross trade one that was somehow reacting first, front running the other one. That'd be pretty amazing. But I would imagine that got arbed out pretty quick. Hi, Panda. Yeah, I know. Oh, well, good. If I were, I mean, obviously you more successful trading than I am, so whatever works, that's cool. I just figured I ought to be watching the instrument and all this, ancillary crap that I look at, like the POCs and the volume and all that stuff. I don't guess these liquidity levels would be in place or equal from the ES to the MES. I wouldn't think. And there's a hell of a lot more volume by a lot. Well, no, maybe not. Let me look. Well, today there's more volume on the ES than there is on the MES, and that's unusual. Why 100,000 contract? Usually it's the other way around, which makes sense because they're cheaper, so they're going to trade more contract. But today, right now, I just looked and it's 100,000 more traded on the ES than the MES. Here we are. Here we are. Man, I'm tired. Whatever level that is, it's got some horsepower, doesn't it? Whatever you call it. I think this alpha thing is going to be way more complicated than it's worth, with a bunch of API calls and setting up some Python stuff and whatever else. Have to wonder if they're going to break a level like that going into 12 o'clock. Kind of typically that's the reversal hour, isn't it? Man. I'm tired now. Huh. I'd like to have that access to. I need to get access to data like that that's trustworthy, you know. But yeah, it's what I tried to say earlier. Not just anything about Tom, but this whole GEX thing and the fact that options market makers by mandate can't be directional, have to maintain delta neutral as best they can, and they have algorithms that are, you know, operating in cajillion seconds or you know, so that makes sense to me. Some of this stuff that, you know, gets pretty esoteric with order flow and that kind of stuff, doesn't, in my opinion, that's not something based on fact. It's based on an opinion, and we all know that there are millions of traders, you know, expressing their opinion at every moment in the market. So predicting where it's going to go doesn't make any sense. That's why I went down the road of backtesting and statistics, because the most successful traders in the world all say that's how they make the money and how they trade. And then this GEX thing, when that finally came into, you know, popularity here a couple months back or so, at least in where I, you know, the futures world and wherever, the YouTube or whatever that I look at, it made sense to me. It's like, oh, okay, that makes good sense. A, the options market is huge. We all know that. And B, that's they're hedging their delta with the underlying, and which is our future. So that made sense. Makes sense. But yeah, I agree with you. That makes a lot more sense than some of the things. You know, squeezing them out of spite or whatever else it is. Yeah. Yeah. That I agree with. It's just a matter of having those correct levels. Now, here we go. What are we going to do now? Folly through down to the next low volume node and a bunch of liquidity and something else. So aren't I disappointed that I didn't take my advice while you were gone and short up here at this low volume node? Which I didn't, but you know, that's no trade that I have, so. And this is no level I have anywhere, so that would have just been market auction market theory, I guess. It does make perfect sense, though. Yeah, I've seen that 1,000 times. Yes, of course, that's what they do. When they need to make an order, to fill their order with the least negative price improvement, they push it to a level where they expect there's going to be a lot of stops and stuff. And that's what they do. I believe that, for sure. To think that these people don't shove the market around, I think is like, you know, not believing in Santa Claus. Everybody knows there's Santa Claus. You know what I mean? I believe that, sure. And there again, it makes sense. Okay, if I've got 1,000 orders to fill and I want to get them filled at as close to VWAP or whatever, you know, price, I'm going to keep trying to get the market to go up there in order to get the most of my orders filled at that most advantageous price. And I think some of them I've heard, you know, different accounts that some of the traders get a bonus if they get more filled at that advantageous price and that kind of thing. So they're going to do whatever they can. I believe, I agree. Yeah, and the reason, and option traders needing to hedge. This is the most common sense of all the arguments to me, is where the option guys need to hedge their delta, and we know how huge the option market has gotten now. Makes real good sense. I agree with you completely. Did you get back with us about being the, what do you call him, the YouTube guy for him over here? You'd be a perfect dude, man. You love the program. You've got all the language skills coming out the wazoo. You've got all the English stuff, the right time zone. Plus you can cover for him in, Russian and whatever else. But yeah, I was thinking about that, I don't know, morning early or something, thinking, boy, are you the perfect guy for that one? Yeah, well, that's what a sweep is it's just a liquidity vacuum. And if there's 10 price levels and there's an average of 10 contracts at each level, that's 100 contracts, and they put in an order for 120, it's going to sweep the whole damn thing. Yes, exactly. And the whole purpose that it's explained to me about the moving to stop levels where there's a lot of where there's fuel, is that they need to do that in order to get the optimum price without moving the market. Because if they put in an order for 1,000 contracts, just like we talked about with the sweep, it's going to have negative price improvement for them. So they try to get it somewhere where they think there's going to be a lot of fuel, is what I think. And part and parcel of that lot of fuel would be where retail people put their stops as well, I guess. Now, what the factor that never gets brought into those kind of theories is that about 85% of the market is traded by algorithms. And I'll admit, I obviously don't know how a quant algorithm, I've never seen one working. I don't know the code, anything else. I would be surprised if they ever use stops, because they can react so fast. I would be amazed. So if 85% of the market is being traded by algorithms, who's putting stops there? Would only be the retail people, right? I guess. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I have no clue about any of this. I'm just theorizing, right? Yeah. The liquidity vacuum is a real thing. There's absolutely, you can see it. That's what the sweep's all about. It's just simple. But and I guess that would be an example, like I said, that would be an example of getting executed at a negative price. What's going on here now? Yeah, at a bad price improvement, negative price improvement, because if you put in that order, it's going to sweep up however many levels there are. Now, maybe if you put in a sweep and then you've got a big level sitting up above it for some stops or something. Shit if I know, dude. I have no idea. I can theorize like the rest of everybody, but ICT will tell us. He wrote the algorithm that does all the trading, and he got that. I actually heard that guy on a podcast live. Well, it wasn't a live podcast when I heard it. It was a recording of a live podcast. He actually told the guy that he got that algorithm for that trades the market from Jesus with a straight face. And I thought, wow. I bet he fits. I bet he's one of Trump's running buddies. It's like, Jesus Christ. Talk about delusional. And if he's not delusional, I would think Jesus, and a guy that had a personal relationship with Jesus, would have something better to do with his time than worry about trading futures. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. For example, if they want to get filled in a certain period of time, they would and they could clean out 5 levels with a sweep, and up above that sweep, they've got an iceberg sitting there to load take on the rest of their order. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I can understand that. But they need to have price keep hitting into that iceberg before it's going to fill up. I suppose. Just theory. I don't know. Maybe I'll go see if I can get a hold of Jesus and tell me what to do here. I told you that I saw some guy, some YouTube thing about numerology, right? That he had some deal figured out. You take the date and your time of birth and whatever day it is, and you're going to know what the market's going to do the next day. Jesus. And there's, a bunch of likes and stuff going on in the video. I don't mean to laugh. It may be true, and he was serious about it, but wow. I thought when I've heard people talk about, I'm trading zodiac signs or something like that, that it was just, that was just kind of a humorous statement, but this guy was trying to get some subs, to his what do they call it? My group or my community. Other video I watched is the guy who used it was back testing CBD based on order size. He did a lot of fresh. Filtered CVD to include only 1 lot orders. I haven't seen that one. I saw one just recently about, oh no, not Addis, I'm sorry. No, never mind. I listened to one at some point last night about that IQ guy with I think Italian guy maybe, or Spanish guy who was a market maker. Again, a different guy though. And he's running a quant thing, and he was talking about a strategy to pass prop firms, and that it probably wouldn't be very profitable to trade your own account with, but that it was a profitable strategy to pass prop evaluations or something like that. But it was 3 rules, and it was I thought about you because it was a VWAP divergence thing. probably. It was kind of interesting. Let's see if I can magically show that up here. And the J trade. I wish I could remember the J trade. I never can. What is this? Oh, here you go. Right here. Just fits right into our conversation. Do algorithms hunt your stops? Right there's the IQ guy again. Oh, that's not the guy I was talking, or that's not the one I was talking about, but oh, this guy right here. This guy right here. Then this pass rate is over 4 tries. That's the pass rate of this strategy to pass an evaluation, not win rate or something like that. This is the one. Matt Finorg, whatever that is. Mateo. Yeah, Spanish, I guess. Well, maybe Portuguese. But anyway. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, do market makers hunt your stops? There you are. And this guy. Isn't this guy great? Okay. Anyway, there you are. Switch accounts. Get back to my one that matters before I forget that. There we go. Yeah. Which one? The one with that Mateo guy or the one with the do they hunt your stops guy? I've never looked at that one. That's the first time I ever saw that one. Man, the Mateo guy does Python back testing and sounded like he, didn't just fall off the cabbage truck as far as coded up some stuff in Python and did back testing over and knew about in sample and out of sample, testing and overfitting and that kind of stuff, which makes pretty much sense. Well, we're still getting all kinds of dancing around with the POC over here. It is kind of the same now, sort of, pretty close, kind of. But boy, they came right back off that, whatever that level is, and back up again. They never got any headway down. The Mateo guy, yeah. No, you don't worry about prop things anyway, so. Let's see, I need to grab some tea and some water. Here we are back to the VPOC again. Yeah, that whole IQ guy's got that whole thing has got a phony vibe to me for some reason. I don't know why. He's doing a good job building the channel out of no place. I'd never heard about it before, and they got 5 or 6, they got a few thousand subs and stuff like that. So he's doing a good job of that. And this, $9 for an evaluation or $1 for a crypto evaluation, that really that sounds to me like send $9. But I don't have any idea how those CFD things work. I guess they're just basically a bucket shop because they just have a trade matching algo that is not based on anything, doesn't go anywhere. They're not really trading in the market, so it's like a bucket shop. No, market makers absolutely do not. That's right. They're there to make the market. Their profit is on the spread, absolutely. And they actually have a mandate, supposedly, not to ever be directional. In other words, positive or negative delta, which is, having a directional skew, which would be where they could profit. They can do it other ways, but their definite mandate and their reason for being alive is the spread, which is what they get paid. That's the market makers. Dealers are the other way. Dealers don't have to trade. Market makers have to make the market. They have to take the other side of whatever trade is presented. Dealers do not have to. So I understand. Obviously, I've never been one, so I have no firsthand knowledge of that. And my mentor wasn't a market maker. God, how many of those videos have you seen or heard, And all of those videos are interesting to listen to and, put me to sleep or whatever. But it all boils down to the same thing we've talked about a lot of different times. Trade it live or shut up and go away. Same way with, everything that we've talked about before. If somebody wants to trade live, I'm interested to watch them do that. And then if they say I did this because of that and I watch it happen in real time, fine. But all this replay, playback, trader view, point here shit is just crazy. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's just entertainment. Same like watching cartoons. So it's it's a thought, am I going to listen to Family Guy or am I going to listen to IQ Trading? Not really, but same idea. Man, now... Whatever that wall is, I'll be interested to see how complicated all this folderol with the API and all that turns out to be. There's the $1 million deal. We'll figure out how to code the gex levels on Bookmap from an API and then sell it for $50 a month and get 1,000 people to buy it, and there you go, $50,000 a month, and hell, you could almost afford a Truth Social advanced alert Insider trading alerts. Jesus Christ. Amazing. Simply amazing. Not big guys. What the Mateo guy and those people. Yeah. Now there's a bunch of people on YouTube I noticed that are programming or basically proving these other people are full of crap, like that this his orb strategy doesn't work. What I coded this up, blah blah blah. I do that myself for my own personal use because, as I said, I want to find out. I have faith in humanity that somebody is telling the truth, but I haven't bumped into it yet. With the kind of statistics that would make it viable. But you read the chats. Oh, thank God, my life has changed. Thank you so much. Blah blah blah. Maybe I'm just going at it wrong somehow. I don't know. It's entirely possible. Yeah, but I would like to know that because I don't want to be deluded. I want to reap the benefit. Wait. Let's look at some jazz here. Oh, here we go. Heads to New York City as law enforcement takes center stage. So he's got to go. The economy is doing unbelievably. They're really doing great. Well, it is doing unbelievably good. It's great. I'm not sure it's how well that is being distributed amongst the people, but there's a few of them that I'm sure couldn't agree more. I wish I were one of them, I guess. I wish I were one of the people that had a spare $100,000 a month to hear what this guy's going to tweet early. Frankly. I don't know. I never heard Peter Lynch say anything, so I don't know. I don't know if that's the kind of people or if it's the Citadels and the BlackRocks and the Jane Street traders. I think those are the kind of guys that do. I don't know. And if they know we're a bunch of where there's easy pickings, I'm sure they're going to go get them. I would think. If you saw $20 laying on the street, would you walk or sidewalk? Would you walk over and pick it up? I guess it's the same mentality. Kind of. This market wants to do something, but I'm spooked here myself. I don't know what to say. Wow, it's almost 12:30. I didn't go do my midday shower and stuff. That's going to be a no. And there's the previous low. No, that's the low. Sorry. Not previous. Previous isn't too far below us, though. Right down there. This level, whatever it's called, it's sure doing something, isn't it? Maybe I'll just make up a new name for it. It's the level. It's the level, baby. Disregard the name, but there you go. I mean, that's just amazing. That hasn't moved since. That's been in there since 7:30 this morning or whatever. And do. Whatever it is. This thing says it's the at the money 7,800 plus 76, I guess, 100 or something options. By far the highest. The rest of them. And this at the money thing, regardless of the Gex flip, which I've seen them not at the same place. I think this is that POC thing we're talking about, because I'm pretty sure I've seen these things where this level is not here, but I've never seen. Do you see the mid just flip back and forth from down here to up there? But to here. But I have never seen the put wall above the Gex flip. That threw me for a loop. I don't understand even how that can happen. You know, what do I know? But I just was surprised. Look at the mid jumping back and forth. A minute ago, it'll flip down here now. I don't know. Am I working? Yeah, I am working in the right thing. $73 something or other. Well, is it? Let's see. I have that right over here. Here is the weekly POC volume right there. Yep, 73. And this is also the, this is exactly the POC, the micro composite POC, VPOC. And yeah, that's the weekly one. Ooh, that's the weekly POC. What else do you think that was? Did you say that one? Weak low volume node. Low volume node. Oh, wait, up here, low volume node. Yeah, 77.98, exactly. Yeah, so short. It's a short. So many ways to cut the pie in there. And then that over here is this is the POC. Same value we were just looking at. More than the weekly one. It's actually the micro composite for 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, back to the 4th of August. And the low volume node, huh? Let's see. Yeah, right here. It's also bigger. It's also bigger than just the week. This is back to the 4th when I started drawing this one. And that's the low volume node right there. You're right. And that is, surprise, surprise, right there. Because these are from the micro composite. These are not from current, I mean, today or the overnight. At where? 7803. Wait a minute. 7803. 78, oh, up here, okay. Probably. Oh, you're looking at your chart, those brown lines on the chart. This doesn't have, well, this has absorption. Yeah, absorption down here, I guess. That's a sweep, though, and stop. Now the problem is if I go shower and stuff and lay down and put the stuff in my eyes, I probably won't come back to regain consciousness before sometime after the stream's gone and the market's closed and who knows what. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Let's see here. Oh, that's pretty cool. No, I didn't see that, but I do now. I think I told you that once I applied for product owner position with Addis, I would get it, but the money wasn't there. What does the product owner mean? You develop the product? If you've got those skills, that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Thanks for pointing it out. Well, if they want to pay me to be the product owner and trade on Addis, I'll be happy to shut all this crap down and use it. That's cool. Congratulations. What is the well, I Google it, I guess, but product owner. Yeah, that's pretty big deal for a software company. Yeah. I don't have those coding developer skills. I'm getting bored here. I'm getting to where I want to just throw on a short and go take a shower. Throw on a short and take my shorts off. And sometimes I feel like maybe that's what to do. Okay, I'm going to go short here, and then put your stop up around mid or some damn place, and if it gets there, good. If it doesn't, good. But I just can't bring myself to do that. That seems so Like I've been working to get these skills and develop all of these bad habits. I don't want to waste them. Well, no, it's not really directional, I guess. I was going to say the 12-to-1 stat might be coming into play, but actually not. Latvia. No idea. Ever been to any of those parts of Europe? Now I suppose they're going to go ripping through it down to the previous low. Cool. That's a pretty big deal. Well, here we go. They broke through the liquidity and whatever wall, and down they go. That's great. Pretty cool. How long did you work for them? Or in my business, but. Wow. Wow, that's congratulations. That's a long haul. Yeah, I bet Atos would have been real pleased to have you on board. Well, I think that was probably my opportunity there, but you know, what's the difference with this one and this one and this one, or that test, or this and this and this and this and this and this, and then all of a sudden it breaks down. I mean, you're just sitting in a short, on a VPOC migration a long time ago, but I swear to myself every time that I do this, the next time I see a VPOC migration, I'm just going to do the trade whichever direction. And to hell with it. it would be interesting to see, but I don't know how to code it. The probability of that, what the expectancy would be. Peter K swears up and down that's what he does and does great. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. Everything was going along pretty good in my world too, and then all of a sudden, boop. Or at least going along without any worries. Ooh. That's a string of nothing they're getting into right there, boy. That's like the void right under that ledge. I would say, just looking at it, it's got to go down. It just doesn't look normal, It's got a flat side to it. But looking at that and trading it that way is another story. And a big string of nothing on that gap up yesterday, and those two spikes. Oh, I've never been in that kind of situation. Never big enough outfit. I never understand those kinds of ideas. I'll never forget a really funny cartoon. I wish I still had it. it's a broken down looking boat, right? And up on the foredeck is some fat guys sitting around a board table, and the one guy's going, I don't understand why we're not. We've trimmed all of our expenses. I don't know why. Understand why we're not going any faster. And you look down in the bottom of the boat, and there's one skinny guy down there rowing. Right? It's the same idea. You know, these guys that are laying off and doing all this, talking about all these layoffs. Who's going to make this stuff? I mean, at some point, you need people. Unless these AI things are going to take over the world, you need people to make the product, to do the job, to manage the, portfolio and be all of that stuff like you did. I've never understood that whole concept. The people that need to get fired are the CEOs that are making as much money as all the people that are being laid off would make, is my opinion. But that doesn't wash well, obviously. I'll never forget that cartoon. I wish the hell I had it. It was really funny. And so true. Yeah, I know. I'm wishing I could put a short on and just go to bed or do something and, have a trade for the week that's profitable. But maybe I had one earlier. I don't remember. But that's just monkey boy recklessness, I believe. I don't necessarily see a lot of sellers at 97, or how to see that, but yeah, they can't get them. They can't get it down through there. It took them forever to get through this, the 78s and stick it, which may or may not stick, but they did finally get down to here anyway. Well, we're coming back to the mystery flip here. If you look at these look at the market profile chart, there is nothing but thin air down here. Nothing. Does that mean anything? Is it going to repair that profile? Or are these guys motivated to get down there? I don't know. There's the MCV POC, and here they are here. This is going to be an inside bar if they don't get going. Granted, it's not even 1 o'clock yet or 1300 yet, so got a couple hours left. But what is this? Is this we don't give a shit? We're not going to trade down there anymore, or is this some sort of a magic? Oh boy, we're going to zoom through that. I don't know. I wish I did. These were almost separated micro composite, but this does actually overlap. Trying to short out the bottom of a profile late in the day. Does that sound intelligent on any level? I don't think so. But it's just another case of missing the opportunities, and that's so gotta stop. Any one of these, even if it's an old-fashioned not not a discretionary continuation trade. Any of them is great. 12s to 15, around 15 handles. Any way you look at that is good. Yeah. I've never been in a big environment like that, but I can certainly relate to what you're saying. And I don't care what sexual anything someone is or what color they are, but qualifications is the only thing that should matter. That's the problem. In those circumstances, people, whoever the hell they are, HR, I guess, decide that those two things are more important than qualifications, which is stupid. You know, and it should be the other way around. Well, I don't care what color you are, or if you're from Timbuktu or, Ukraine or the dark side of the moon. Who gives a shit? Do you know how to do this job right here? And if you do and you're good at it, whoop, you got the job. That's the way it ought to be. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is. Now I have no idea. And I never worked over here in an environment like that, so. But that would be my, it's just like politics. When I grew up, it was like nobody gave a shit if you were Democrat or Republican. Where we grew up, it was you voted for the man. Could this person or the woman, do you feel this candidate's got the best skills to do the job? It's so different here now. So different. Yeah, must have been real frustrating. But at least you got bought out and you're living a lovely life and have a lovely wife. And I'm a poet and don't know it, and you're living the good life, my friend. Good for you. Well, here's the ABC for you. What are they going to do now? Up, down, backwards, forwards? Where are they going? There's another migration down according to IRT there, but Bookmap doesn't want to know about it yet. So A, B, C. No. A, B, C, I guess. This thing keeps sneaking up on me and getting wider and wider, and I keep missing how much these moves are really moving. Yeah, exactly. That ought to be the case. Absolutely. You'd think that would be, it's like some of these trading things, I guess. It seems so rational, and yeah, like, of course, doesn't everybody believe that way, you know? And turns out turns out they don't. Turns out a lot of them don't. It's so weird. Something that seems so blatantly obvious and understandable and makes perfect logical sense. Yeah, well, of course that's the way you should do it. Not a piñata. Nada. Well, I'd like to get a couple of ticks out of this thing, but I'm likely not going to. It's coming on 1 o'clock. And here we are fussing around down at the bottom someplace. Doing what? Bottom fishing. ABC going up and POC above and book map, not POC, not lining up. And oh boy, it's just fun everywhere. Everywhere you look. If you want to call this an out of balance profile, which it essentially is, then the 12-to-1 stat would be in order. It's not, we're not there yet, but I don't think that it's necessarily worth typing about. But oh man. That was one thing about growing up on the ranch in Montana. The life was so cold, hard and demanding. Nobody gave two craps what color somebody was or anything else. If they were surviving and they're doing the work, super. Let's go. I'm sure that's changed up there too now, because it got to be so popular with all the douchebags from the cities. But yeah, that was, I might have told you this story, I don't know. If you might have heard about the Selma, Alabama, and Governor Wallace standing on the steps of the University of Alabama and not going to let the first black student in, whose name just escaped me. And there was, he had police guys standing on both sides of him with pickaxes, pickaxe handles. James Meredith was the guy. And the Supreme Court or somebody had said that he had to go, it was breaking integration. And we were watching this on the news. And I looked at my mom and I said, is that really happening? And Mom says, oh no, honey, this is America. This is just a TV show. This can't really happen in America. And she was dead serious. That's how she believed. They didn't think that what they were watching was true. It was like a melodrama or something. And I was, let's see, whenever that was, I was probably, 12 or 13 or something like that. So not a little baby kid, but I remember it. That's why I remember it. It was more important, for me, it was my mom's response, especially now that I know it was way more than true. But they're going to erase all that, history about all of that, because it's not pleasant. Well, doggone it. Do I short it and just hope for the best and go take a shower? Or what am I going to do here? Nothing is what I'll do here, because that's stupid to go short in the hole and 1 o'clock, we had a 1, 2, 3 or an A, B, C, and now we're going higher highs and higher lows, and yeah. It was a crazy place to grow up. George Wallace. Jesus. I don't remember what year that was, maybe 64 or something like that. There we go. Finally, Bookmap finally got it down there. That's something that bothers me too, you know, is that happened so long ago in IRT. That happened. Jesus Christ, really? That happened around 12 o'clock at IRT. Going on here? And now it's back up again in the book map. It's got to be the way the when the profiles refresh, because this is just obviously if it's one contract trades more here than down here, there it goes back up again as far as book map's concerned. Yeah, interesting story. Granted, my folks were really naive. That's also another thing growing up there. That's the other reality of that story. Boy, that level, huh? The magic level, whatever that is. Sure as the world, if I short it, it's going to go ripping up to the mid. That's what I would guess. I think it's probably a safer bet to just don't. Or do an asymmetrical trade, you know, put on a short and put one tick above this high right here as a stop, which is kind of stupid. Then you haven't, you know, all it's got to do is wiggle once and you're out. When it's something like this, not the high or low of the day, I think. Yeah, when we first got back over here, I heard somebody calling non-binary, you know, and I had no idea what the hell they were even talking about. You mentioned undefined gender. It's the same. The non-binary thing is like, I had to ask our daughter, Tam, I said, what the hell does that mean? Dad? Oh, no. Jesus Christ. What's happened to the world? And this is probably not the place to go long, even though it is above that level. And yeah, your VPOC is, where is it? Isn't it up here at this low volume node somewhere? Or are you talking about the actual VPOC down here? The volume one, or the Gixie one? No, I'm not going to do anything. I am going to probably go take a shower. Give them plenty of time to shake it loose and then... miss my midday nap, and then I'll be all grouchy and grumpy. Yeah, really. Yeah. Let's see, Atas. Okay. But remember, my thing is 15 minutes behind the schedule here, behind the curve. So this is seller absorption, is it? And these are buyers, I guess. Or the other way around. 77, 98, 74. Yeah, well, 96, 75, isn't it? Oh. You're looking at the ES, probably. I don't know what this means. That's how stupid I am. Let me see what this thing is supposed to say. Which is who? Bullish color, bearish color. So the buyers are absorbing the sellers. That's the thinking there. Yeah, okay, green. I got mine's blue, I think, but yeah, no problem. And then we got this thing. Oof. There's another little one trying to do it up there. Now I have the absorption in that stuff, but I don't have it probably dialed in right, I guess, on Bookmap. I'm sure there's some on IRT, but I don't know what it is. Here we go. 04s now. I looked over here and thought, wait, this is wrong. I forgot it was 15 minutes delayed. Oh, man. I'm really crapping out energy-wise here. A little liquidity come popping in there at 05 and it kind of got everybody's attention. Hmm. Well, there's absorption going on there. Well, they're flashing the liquidity here below us. 4s and 5s, and seems like quite a tussle going on here. Well, these guys are having a fight. There's absorption with the buy divergence, and then there's sell divergence coming out of them. They can't get past whatever this is. Value area, previous value area low. I can't imagine that means anything to anybody anymore. Whatever it is, it's shooting back down again. And with context being down, I'd say that's probably going along at the right idea. So what would they be trying to do? Keep them from going up, that's for sure. Maybe just, maybe this is between levels or Gex levels or something like that. Well, I'm either going to pass out or put a trade on here. Let's go. I'm tired. Or maybe go get some more tea. I don't have any confidence that this thing is going to go busting up, and I don't have really any confidence it's going to fall out of bed either. I don't know what to think here, to be honest about it. It's the POC, which is, in my world, is don't diddle in the middle. So there's that. And context is definitely down, so going long would be probably not the smartest thing. We've got lower highs, lower lows, straight down the board. I would say that's probably, but it seems like they're bouncing off of this level here so many times and going back up, so I'm not sure that matters. Okay. Yeah, the Gex flip thing seems to be kind of accurate, but all these other levels that you have to reference or don't exist in that free thing, obviously. And that would be the VWAP and the previous high and this low volume node, I guess, all in one. And where we pulled back to here, and But that's kind of a problem. So what do you do? What are they going to do? Just keep bouncing back and forth? I don't know what. I don't know which has more horsepower. If you want to listen to if I want to believe the story about the dealers or the market makers, when it gets down here, they buy it. But I don't know what they do around that level you're talking about on the 10s, because I don't have that. So I don't know. No, I'm gonna have to go take a shower or do something here before I fall asleep and knock my teeth out on the edge of the desk. And it's a stand-up desk, so I'd fall over and hurt myself. It's a long way down. And the plain old POC, by definition, is the most traded price, right? So, most sure opportunity you have to get chopped up is doing anything around here. Assuming that those old things mean stuff. I mean, I know that this level is the most traded price, and there it is. So, meaning a fair price or whatever. Well, I'd love to get up there. That'd be great. That's the overnight high. Or overnight low, I mean, sorry. Quite a bit of liquidity sitting out there. Assuming that that's the direction we're going to go instead of lower. That would be fine with me. Get away from this low and the VPOC, but the context of the day and everything else is down. So going along doesn't make. I can't figure out a way to justify that. Nor can I figure out a way to short. So I guess I'm stuck in the middle. Get some tea or something. No, I'm really fading fast. Okay. Oh boy. Hmm. Hey, Magic, welcome back. I'm jealous, Magic. I didn't get my midday break and my little napperoonie. Pooped. You're all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, I suppose. He's asleep over here on the desk. Hmm. What the hell? Oh, this is just, this is not helping my sleep problem at all. Sleepy problem. This market. That's for sure. Boy. There's a full session VPOC migration. Are they lined up with IRT? Wait a minute, nobody move. I guess it's right. Yeah, it must be right now. 7803. Yep. This piece of crap still has a lag. It's not a piece of crap, but you know what I mean. Magic, I'm mighty proud of you with your short there, brother. I think you've got the secret. What am I doing here? I'm on the wrong. This is the ATOS thing. I at least figured out a couple of things. I can't figure out how to turn off and on the volume profiles. This is supposed to be the where'd it go? Supposed to be the Japanese candlesticks with volume profile. I turned off the volume profile. Now I don't see how to get it back on. Unless this is it. Maybe this is it. I was thinking this was the bars at the bottom. Yeah, it is the bars at the bottom. So, yeah, there you go. Turns into footprint charts when you wind way in on it. Volume delta, whatever, however I set it up, I forget. But I wanted to try to see if I could get a volume profile here like I have on IRT for the session. I'm sure I can. I just was trying to keep from falling asleep here and thought I'd look at that. Hey, Panda. Oh, man. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't see it either. I don't see, yeah. That is so weird. I can't imagine why that is. I certainly don't do anything on my end about editing anything as far as I'm concerned. Gotta be something to do with spelling. I don't know, man. Maybe put quotes around it like you did the other day with me. Or run it all together. That is so weird. So weird. I'll Google that over this weekend and see. I see that. Capital G, capital E, capital X, capital A. One word without space. That's so weird. So weird. What could that mean? Maybe it's got that non-binary awareness that we don't, some buzzword we don't know, man. You know? The secret code for Sugar Plum Fairies or whatever, that girlfriend of Beckman Fried, whatever. She was a wood nymph or some Jesus crazy shit. That's really funny. Caroline, whatever. Imagine, you know, some 20-somethings with billions of dollars and people giving them billions and billions of dollars to trade with, and they're not really trading anything, and they have no hedge risk management, and they're just spending the money on whatever they want. I can't, you know, I'd like to have $1 million or something, or $500,000 even. I'd be just fine. It's amazing to me. Her qualifications were being a fairy, a wood fairy or some crap. Unreal. Here we go up. Finally, maybe, huh? Here comes your 10 level, I'd say. That is so weird. I have no idea why that would happen. I'm going to just try typing it in the chat up there without, you know, doing any magical stuff. Oh, wrong keyboard. Oops. There's me and my alter ego. I can't explain it. I have no idea why it does that. It's certainly not anything I did on my end. I wouldn't even know how to put a filter on here to filter somebody out if I tried. I don't spend much time worrying about YouTube. Typing on the wrong keyboard though. I got my color scheme all off, and I got bookmap upside down, and there we go. Thanks a lot, Antone. I see that where you say there's a heat map view of the GEX levels. I mostly use this view than the chart normal, but I don't see anything about replay anywhere. I'm just reading up on the chat up above. I don't know. And yeah, thanks a lot for sharing that. I'll give a look at that this weekend also. Well, yeah, that would be. Well, let's see here. Man, I'm gonna have to be stuck here till 3 now, I guess. Okay, well, I'll just better get some tea and tough it out. The Power Hour. Well, here we are, 1400 on Friday the 14th. Isn't that cute? Fellows, I don't think I'll probably be lucking out today. Engaging. You never know, though. I mean, you've got another hour and change. This is just pretty dicey down here. Bobbing around this lower distribution to me looks pretty questionable. POC is always a lot of fun, of course. Well, next week is going to be some numbers. I'm going to get ahead of the market replay or recap here and figure out what's going on. Oh, Trump's talking. Hold the phone. I guess Trump's talking now, so be careful. Started at 13:56 apparently. So there you go. Be careful of that one, boys and girls. CPI next Wednesday. Oh, that's Europe's. Never mind. Oh, FOMC minutes. Okay. Somewhere NVIDIA's got to be reporting here one of these minutes. See what next week's got to say. Home Depot Tuesday. Analog Wednesday. Walmart on Thursday and Alibaba. Okay. Huh. I'm amazed. Okay. Mm. Man, come on. What is this? Killing me here. I don't really remember the last time I took a trade after 1400 anyway, so I mean, it's the function of the stream, but Magic's definitely got the right idea in my opinion. Get your business done early, and there you go. And now we got a B. Excuse me. So we've got long liquidation, baby. What a surprise. I'm wondering when the shoe's going to drop in this. You know, all of a sudden they're going to say, okay, we've got them all. Of course, there hasn't been capitulation yet, so. Or, yeah. I think that's at the bottom, but anyway. It's completely random, stupid crap, and everything is not good. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. So they're just absorbing them on both sides of the fence. I guess, according to us. I don't think there's going to be any viable setups here unless there's some closing swing trade thing. Anton, did we determine finally that the GEX level for the futures is probably at, or the GEX flip was probably at 7,800? I think I read that up there somewhere. Or maybe I dreamed it. Daydream. Anyway, I'll be interested to check out these stuff too. Thanks a lot for the info there. That's really great. I don't think I'm going to try this other thing. The API and stuff looks pretty complicated, and I don't want to have to figure out where I'm going to send the data with the, you know, put up some kind of Python code or whatever else. That seems awful complicated. And it isn't any cheaper, so why? It's direct and live, I guess, but yeah, that's okay, good. That's what I was thinking. That's what this one, this freebie thing is. That's the only level that seems to be correct, but there it is. I'll be looking at the other one. Yeah, the busy reading the chat and forgetting to say anything. I forget it's quiet. Quiet on the stream. Not that it matters, but I guess, but I forgot. Still want to play nice. That's not what we want to do, Mr. Profile. Ah. Mm. Bitch. What a drag. Screw that. Ooh, sweeperoonie. Well, I'm not looking. Looky there. Sweep down to the flip-a-dippy, down to the 7,800 level, whatever it is. What are they doing? Okay. Wow. 1,013's absorbed out or swept out of there. It's interesting, but I don't think it would be something that would have a, unless it really got legs and got fast. And we're coming into the bottom of the hour now, so. How weird the data is. It's just freezing. Oh, wait, I bet it's still really low. Oh, volume's gotten all the way up to 50%. Earlier today, it was 36% of average. It's up to 50 now. It's pretty weird, though, because I'm watching them. Look at the liquidity pile in on both sides. I'm watching the market here, and it was just sitting there. There's that liquidity again. Boy, and they're bracketing on either side of the market. They must be holding for some sort of I guess the ODTs or the 0DT expirations, I guess. I don't know. What a pronounced profile here with this liquidation going on. It's not so pronounced on Bookmap. They're definitely not excited about getting into these real low volume spikes from yesterday. Just got right down to them and turned around and skedaddled the other direction. Sellers absorbing up here at the 4, according to the according to the little flags and stuff here. And the bottom of the hour. Wowee, wowee. The final curve here almost. Couple minutes. Well, there's the bottom of the hour. Boo hiss boo. Nada pinata. I don't think it even took anything on TradingView, I don't think. Oh yes, the breakout guy got long. And stopped. So what, you know? They all go. All right, so what do we got for a market recap here quickly, I guess? Well, there is the first print of the day. Blue Boys standing guard over here. As it got short around here somewhere and had a wonderful trade. And there you have it. Basically, lower lows, lower highs until we flattened out down here at the bottom at around 1 o'clock for the afternoon session. Are they going to put a closing swing trade on it? Who the hell knows? It's Friday afternoon, don't forget. And that's the second Friday. So next Friday will be the options expiration for the month. That'll probably be some fireworks, I guess. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting day. IRT, same story. Big B-shaped profile indicating long liquidation. If you want to look at it over here this way, make a better sense for a B for you. And here we are on the higher time frame. It'll be a probably, unless something happens, it's going to close engulf an engulfing bar, an inside bar. Based after this irrational exuberance that got us up here. In the face of all that's going on. That's amazing, I think. There's yesterday, and here's today. They started out flat, sold them down, and flattened out. Let's look at the what that did, but anyway. The news for the next week. This is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it for wherever you are. If you notice that the header of the event turns into a URL, so if you don't know what the Empire State Manufacturing number is about, you can go check it out. And that happens to be the number out for America or for the U.S. on Monday. Got a little bit more going on. Export prices, housing starts, imbalance, import price index, and building permits on Tuesday. Wednesday's the Fed minutes. That's a 3-star beauty. Thursday, jobless claims, Philly Fed, continuing jobless claims, more economic stuff, and the jobs outlook. And Friday, we've got S&P PMI. We are in earnings, but it's not particularly overwhelming next week. I was looking at this a few minutes ago. NVIDIA's going to report one of these days, but here's Monday. You got to scroll down a bunch. You see how shorter these lists have gotten. Home Depot and Xiaomi. Analog devices and Lowe's and Target, and I think Walmart's on Thursday. Yep. Deere, those guys really stepped on their stuff. That guy's going to get canned. And Ping. Yeah, not much for earnings next week. So there we go. So we've got some numbers on Monday that we need to be aware of. This is investing.com. Of course, it's filtered, like I said. And the other news source I use is Financial Juice, which I think everybody understands. But there's a squawk box on this side, and then there's a calendar on this side and a squawk box on this side, and you can filter for whatever you want, or, are interested in, and it's free. And be careful, because Trump is having a powwow. Here on Financial Juice, we will also have the market on close and balance at 1450, as we do every day. Yeah, I'll bet he wants to partake in the prediction markets. I'll bet he does. I know his son is participating a lot in those markets. Donnie Jr. Wow. What a world. All right, so we're just kind of standing by on a Friday afternoon. It's thundering and messing around out here. Like, I hope it's going to rain. Maybe not. Yeah, have a great one, you guys. All righty. Have a great one. Yeah, thanks for the scoop on Gexa and all your good feedback, Anton. Magic, I'm always just jealous. What can I say? Thanks a lot. Thanks for dropping by. It makes the day a lot lighter and a lot more enjoyable, that's for sure. Have a great weekend, both. I'll be the old drunk guy at the end of the bar if you need something. And we'll see what this market on close and balance gives us. Little buddy boy. as Willie Nelson said, the doctor told me I ought to stop drinking, and I got to thinking there's more old drunks than there is old doctors, so I guess I'm going to have another round. I forget what song that's in, actually. Yeah, boys, well, why this is doing this, I don't know, but it's got itself all screwed up here, it looks like. Man, IRT's got a problem. Or my computer does or something, I don't know. I was going to ask you a question about Addis. I think you're gone already, though. No problem. Oh, wow, we got 9 minutes until the market on close. That's a lot. Well, IRT, you're just doing great. Or not. I don't think it's responsive, is it? No. Great. So pleased. What the hell happened here? Everything lock up or what? This hasn't moved. There it just did tick. Just ticked for a second. And IRT did something weird it decided to do. I don't know why. But man, oh man. That's pretty crazy. I guess it's working now. Yeah. This is maximum boring here. Look at this crap. Look at this market. Nothing times 2, which is okay, fine, but I'm certainly not taking anything. I missed my IB continuation trade. Magic's the guy that really called the good one. He took a short off this high up here. And Anton made several nice trades. I took one of them back up, which I don't have quite the cojones for, but yeah, they trade great. They both do well. And Magic trades by the way, Magic trades the NQ, the MNQ, so this is not the representative chart too. I actually have it over here. Let's see what it looked like. Well, we got nothing to do. All right, so there's the MNQ, and I'll throw Magic Boy on Blue Boy here. on that first print right there. And there we have the session. By the way, I stream 1440p, so if your your screen is kind of blurry or whatever, hit the gear on YouTube and select the 1440p high definition. It should be crisp and sparkling clear. I hope. That's the idea. That's the theory anyway. So yeah, he got short off the open, this up here. And I suppose had a great day. She's still 4 more minutes. And they may swing trade it, you know. I mean, they may throw a closing swing on it. You never know. Is this thing, this brown line means that it, let me just check. Whenever there's one of these brown lines, means that they had to aggregate data. This doesn't make a lot of sense. And maybe it's because I was switching back and forth. Oh, there we go. I'm busy. I am busy reading about the GEX levels here. There's the market on close and balance. So we're buy side across the board. We've been negative the last 3 days. That is 1,261,925,000,000, 213,000,000, 638 million. Buy side across the board. That is the market on close and balance. We're making a fortune with tariffs. You're charging the American people, you moron. I wonder why this guy, or why do they keep saying that? Who do they think is paying the tariffs? Really, maybe I've got it all wrong, but I don't think so. Okay. That's one of those kind of situations where I would like to talk to a real, economic expert, because everything I have heard, read, and think about tariffs are completely the opposite of that possibility. So I guess if you just keep, feeding bullshit to pigs, they eat it, I guess. I don't know. Feed the garbage to the pigs and they keep eating it. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. Well, we've got about 8 minutes left, so thanks a lot for coming by the stream. This is Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. I only trade live, real time, on the stream. Never take any trades off the stream, never any of that, oh yeah, I was down yesterday, but I made it all back because I got on the platform and traded yesterday afternoon. None of that crap. Only live trades, really. And real time. And preserved forever for transparency and accountability. And streamed as a result. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, until 1500. And occasionally I do evening or Globex streams, like the Asia Orb, for example, but I just schedule those and they'll come up. So if you're new to the stream or whatever, like and subscribe and hit the little bell thingy and you'll be able to know when those are scheduled. The reason I do them and I stream them is because if I see an opportunity and I want to trade it, I would not be able to if I were not live streaming, because I have a commitment to only trade live on stream. And the way this whole system works is everything that I have on these two monitors, my two primary monitors here, trading monitors, are captured in the video, and my narration, my talking, provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it makes a complete, absolute live journal, not screen captured or typed or any of that stuff. So that's why I do it. Now, got about 4 minutes left. Have yourself a great weekend. Remember that life-work balance is really important. You need to get away from the screens, do some exercise through the day, keep yourself as healthy as you possibly can, because I assure you that the people that you trade against, or the machines or the companies, they are the youngest, best educated, best paid, best supported adversaries in the world. So you need to be on your A game. Very possible to take a nice living out of the market, but you can't just be, you got to be sharp, I believe. All right. Well, we'll just kind of kick it into the close here. We got a little less than 3 minutes. I can't think of anything wonderful to add. So have a great weekend. Let's add that. All right, less than a minute to go. So have yourself a great weekend. Remember to do something healthy, get some work-life balance. Get out there and, peek over the neighbor's fence or look at whatever you're going to do. Have yourself a great weekend. First and foremost, and whatever it is you do, be safe. Be nice to somebody. If everybody was nice to somebody in the day, it'd be a lot better place, wouldn't it? And thanks very much for coming by. I really do appreciate it. About all I get out of this is likes and subs and the camaraderie of the people in the chat. So, thanks. Appreciate that very much. There we go. That is the cash market, and this bad boy is down and out. Elvis has